a lot of people got to visit the vendors, and also, you know who did get lunch is Dr. Berry.
So, yes, Dr. Berry went for lunch. But unfortunately, Dr. Berry did not have Miss Nisha here to wrangle him in.
Right.
And so he requested that his patrons meet him for like a chat or whatever. And he forgot. And he ran to lunch and, again, didn't have Miss Nisha telling him, hey, you're supposed to be over here. So we're going to try to figure out something either for after the event or for tomorrow. But don't worry, because I'm sure Miss Nisha right now is texting him going, I can't believe you just did this. And I know he cares because he
so
really
much.
cares for everybody. And he's going to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I just did this.
In fact, actually, Dr. Berry said, make sure that everybody knows if there's a speaker that you'd like to talk to today, make sure you go up, approach them, and ask a question, because everybody that's here today is just as excited to see you as you are to see them.
That's one of the things I love. I mean, the first time I met Dr. Berry, Rachel, we were at KetoCon. And I said, I'm going to go talk to him about my mom, because my mom told me that when I lost all my weight, she's like, you need to gain 20 pounds back, because when you get cancer, you need to have weight to like have cancer on. And I was like, and Dr. Berry, my mom was an oncologist. And so Dr. Berry's like, that is an old school physician's like thing. That was what they were taught. He's like, it's not the same now, but she was like, you can't go talk to him. And
He's too
He is
awesome.
the most approachable person. If you haven't yet, he is the most approachable person, along with all of our other speakers, including the next one. And I got to tell you a story about this guy. So I met this guy
A couple years
2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
We were at a conference in Omaha. If you haven't seen the video, Rachel and I froze a bottle of kombucha in the back of a rental car.
Yeah.
That was an experience, because we've never been to Omaha and didn't know that kombucha freezes when it's 0 degrees outside. So I met this guy at Dr. Fit and Fabulous's house. I thought he was 25 years old, because he looks 25 years old.
Yeah.
And we were talking, and and I'm like, oh yeah, fitness, like you're 25 years old. I'm 49 years old. And came to find out he's only a year younger than me. And I looked at Rachel, I'm like, what am I doing wrong?
And I said, yes, what are you doing wrong? We need to fix it immediately.
So anyway, over the last 1.5 years, 2 years, we've developed a good friendship with this guy. What I like about him is that he makes fitness fun.
Yes.
Of course, he stole our T-shirt title
Yeah.
for the title of his talk, but I'm going to forgive him for that, because I really, really like him. And because he's got so much knowledge when it comes to fitness, because this is another person who genuinely cares.
Yes, he does. So I get to read his credentialing too. I'm so excited. So Bronson Dant, the keto and fitness coach for regular people, so true. At 49 years old, I had several years of experience in health and fitness. As a physical fitness and U.S. Army combative instructor, and as the owner of a health and fitness center, Coach Bronson had spent many years helping people improve their health and physical performance. Though his own experience and struggle with managing his weight and trying to find the best way to stay strong and active as he got older, he learned some valuable lessons that he's built into the Apex training system. He designed the fitness program to increase your body's capacity to do work. The goal is to make you stronger and ready to take on whatever the world throws at you. He's going to help you understand what it takes to unlock your potential, make real progress, and become a version of yourself that you can be proud of. Because fitness is freedom, and your freedom is your choice. Here to talk today about how a small shirt doesn't equal a big life, it's our pleasure to introduce Coach Bronson Dant.
Okay, do we get royalties on the title?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Can anybody believe that this guy was overweight? Right?
You're going to see a picture in a minute.
Like, how are we the same age?
I don't know.
Like, I don't understand that.
It is a mystery.
We're on the same time.
But my friend, Bronson.
Can you guys hear me okay? Is this thing working? Is this thing on? Hi. All right, two things. Number one, you guys didn't know this, but we're going to do a workout. Okay, this is an actual live workout session. No, it's not really. Did everybody have a good lunch? Kind of, sort of? It's hard to see everybody's faces and reactions and things. I like to feed off of what you guys are giving me, so. Yeah, there we go. If something I say hits, let me hear a clap. Let me hear that sounds good, amen, whatever it is, okay? Yo mama, there we go, that'll work. All right, so let's see how this thing works here. If I click, am I supposed to see my slide deck down here? I don't know how to start without the slides. Hey, there we go. Ultimate ketogenic fitness is what I'm talking about. So my intro said Apex training system. I actually recently changed that to ultimate ketogenic fitness because this is a ketogenic space. I firmly believe that the ketogenic diet is probably the best combination of things when it comes to nutrition. What's missing in a lot of the discussions about ketogenic diets or nutrition in general is what we need to do with our bodies. Okay? Food is one thing, how we use our bodies is another thing. Okay? The phrase, a small shirt doesn't equal a big life, is totally Rachel's. Okay? If anybody has seen the video that I did with them in Vegas, October? Was that October? I did an interview with them, and that was a phrase that she said, and I absolutely stole it. So, credit goes to her for that. We're going to talk about three things. We're going to go over three different things I want you to get out of this talk. One, your physical ability is greater than your physical size. What you can do and how you live your life is more important than how much you weigh, how much body fat you have. Okay? That is the number one thing. Number two, I want you to understand and have a better understanding or knowledge of what fitness is and how it applies to your life every day, and not what we think about fitness when we actually are looking at social media, looking at the internet, watching, doing things at the gym, whatever it is. And then thirdly, I want you to be able to walk out of here with an idea on how to get started. Okay? Because everybody needs to know what's going to work for them and understand that it doesn't take a lot. Okay? Just a little bit every day. All right? Any questions about that? Everybody good? All right, good. Hey, look at that. There's me, about 38 years old, about almost 250 pounds, not happy, depressed, IBS, urgent bowels. I lived my life day to day based on how quickly I could find a bathroom if I needed to. I couldn't take trips. I couldn't get in a car. I couldn't leave for get in an airplane without going to the bathroom 2 or 3 times before I got in the car to go to the airport. Get to the airport, I got to go to the bathroom before I get in line for security. Get through security, I got to go to the bathroom before I get in line for the plane. Get on the plane, let me go before the plane takes off. That was my life. Okay, I had no control over the things that I wanted to do because I was limited. I was controlled by what my body was wanting me to do versus the other way around. I had no control over what was happening. I wasn't into health and fitness in the way that I even understood what insulin resistance was or high cholesterol or cardiovascular disease. I had no knowledge of any of that stuff. All I knew was I didn't feel good. I couldn't do things. My life was limited. And it really wasn't until I started making improvements that I realized how limited it was. Right? If I got in a car, I couldn't go anywhere. I always had toilet paper in my car or paper towels, napkins, something like that, because I never know when I'd have to stop somewhere, even if it was on the side of the road. Okay? So understanding that the quality of life that you're living has nothing to do with how much you weigh. It has everything to do with how well your body functions. My body was not functioning well at all. At all. Anybody else been there? Okay? Whether it's chronic pain, whether it's skin issues, whether it's gut issues, whether it's mental issues, there's things that are impacting your life that have nothing to do with your weight. Nothing. Okay? What is a big life? The title of this talk is A Small Shirt Doesn't Equal a Big Life. What is a big life to you? When you look at this picture, I was looking for pictures online, and this picture just said everything to me about what a big life is. Okay? When you look at this picture, what are some of the words that pop into your head? Woohoo! I love it. Yeah, there we go. Carefree, right? Freedom, excitement, energy, activity, wonder, amazement, ability, right? That's what a big life means. okay? And the question that you have to ask yourself is, what are the things in my life right now that are keeping me from that? It is hard to live a big life without physical freedom. Okay? Your physical freedom, the ability of your body to function, and the quality of your life has nothing to do with how much you weigh. It has everything to do with how much you can do. The ability of your body to do work, to perform functions, and partake in activities. Okay? Life is an action verb, guys. It's not something you watch happen. It's something you participate in. Was this the video? Chris? This is something I found on the internet. If this is the video, if we can get it to play, this is something I found on the internet. Say again? Try advancing. Hey, there we go. Now what do I do? So this is a video I found that really just demonstrates the concept of your physical size does not impact your physical ability. Your physical ability is more important than the size of your body. If we can get it going. If not, then I'm just going to get up here and jump around. It's not playing, though. Oh, there we go. It popped up there. Hey, look at that. Good old YouTube. That is not me. Size doesn't mean anything, guys.
I eat my dinner in my bathtub, then I go to sex clubs, watching freaky people getting it on. It doesn't make me nervous, if anything I'm restless. Yeah, I've been around and I've seen it all.
I want to jump on things every time I see this.
Munchies, binge on all my Twinkies, throw up in the tub, then I go to sleep. I drink up all my money, tasting kinda lonely.
All right, cool. That's pretty cool, huh? Now, who can imagine themselves flipping around and running around doing stuff like that? No, not even me, right? I just want you to understand and start thinking about what's possible, okay? Because this is really about you understanding what you're capable of doing and realizing that, again, your size doesn't matter. What you can do matters, okay? Life without physical limitations. Start thinking about what are the physical issues you're dealing with every day. Does anybody wake up in the morning and take 10 minutes to get out of bed? You got to warm up to start your day, right? Okay? Chronic aches and pains. How often do you have to say no when somebody asks you to go do something? Hey, let's go for a walk. Hey, let's go for a hike. Hey, we're going to go to the mountains for the weekend. Or, hey, we're going to go to the beach and do something. And you're like, you know what? I just don't feel like I can last that long, or I can walk that far, or I can do that activity without feeling really bad after it's done for a day or two or three. Okay? Do you need help? Do you have to ask for people to help you grab something or carry something or put something away? All right? Do you often find yourself, because this is common, find yourself using your age as an excuse for something you're not able to do or you used to be able to do? I'm too old. I'm over 40. I'm over 50. I'll be 50. I'll be 50 next month. Okay? Age is not an excuse. Okay? And it doesn't matter. I want to make this very clear. It doesn't matter how old you are right now. You can get started on making your life better, on improving your quality of life today. Okay? How often do you get hurt? Injury is a big one. If you're not physically fit, if you don't have the physical ability to manage the external stresses that your life puts on you, you get hurt more often. Okay, and we're going to talk about why fitness is important for external stress. We've talked about stress a little bit earlier today and why that's important, because there's internal stress and there's external stress. Okay, and there's different ways to approach and manage both. All right, ask yourself this question. Is fat loss the goal or the solution? Why are you following a ketogenic or a low carb or any kind of diet at all? Did you wake up in the morning one day and just say, hey, I'd like to lose 20 pounds of fat? Or was there something that happened in your life over days, weeks, months, years that built up to a level of frustration that you're putting on the fat so that you can improve your quality of life? Which one is it? Is it the fat that's causing the problem, or is there something different in your life that you're trying to reach that you think the fat loss is going to help you accomplish? Okay? Because I guarantee you that there will be some improvement in your quality of life if you lose the fat. There will be more if you focus on why you had the extra fat in the first place. Okay? And that's what we're going to talk about. What do you think fat loss is going to do for you? Okay? When you start understanding and identifying what that is, then the fat loss becomes secondary, and the goal of why you're here really becomes apparent. And that's what you need to connect to. It's not the fat loss. It's not the weight loss. Okay? It's why do you want the fat loss? Why do you want the weight loss? That is what will keep you going and help you be sustainable and consistent and not quit when things get hard. Okay? Start asking those questions. All right, this is a fun one. This is pro tip. Okay? Body fat percentage is a ratio of lean mass to body fat mass. Okay? When we talk about losing body fat as the most common discussion, okay, what we're really talking about is changing a ratio of how much fat on our body to how much lean mass on our body we have. Okay? And often we focus on fat loss. What can I do to lose fat? Okay? What about what can I do to gain muscle? What can I do to gain lean mass? Okay? And here's why that's important. Because it's a ratio. If we focus on gaining lean mass over losing body fat, just a numbers game, if we talk about just the numbers of that equation, I can improve my body fat percentage and not lose a single pound of fat. Now, what does that do for you? Right? If I gain muscle, I can improve my body fat percentage. I can improve that health marker, even though I haven't lost any fat. Am I going to improve my metabolic function if I gain lean mass? What do you think? Absolutely, right? Will I improve my body's ability to handle injury and my body's ability to move things, to be strong and resilient if I improve my lean mass, whether or not I lose body fat? Absolutely, okay? Lean mass supports quality of life. If we focus on that, you're going to see a lot of big changes, okay? Here's an example, okay? Now, this is just numbers that I put it on there because I want to show you. I want you to realize and really understand the ratio and how the ratio works. For a person that weighs 160 pounds, if they have 50 pounds of fat mass on their body and 110 pounds of lean mass, that's everything that's not fat, fat-free mass, okay? They're at a 31% body fat percentage, 31.3%, okay? That's above where healthy is, okay? For women, it's between 22 and 25% is what most people recommend for body fat percentage. For men, it's between, depending on who you talk to, 17 to 20%. Okay? Maybe a little higher, 21, 22 at the max. All right? So 31% would be higher than recommended for body fat percentage. Okay? Lean mass, in this person's instance, is 110 pounds. Now, we can improve that body fat percentage from 31.3 to 27.8, even though the pounds of fat stay exactly the same. Now, here's two things I want you to think about. They gained 20 pounds of muscle, 130 pounds of lean mass now, okay? Their total body weight went up. 160, 180. Which person do you think is healthier? How many people are freaking out right now? Right? Okay, if the marker is percentage of lean mass in the body's ability to function, then the overall weight isn't as important, is it? Okay, we got heads being blown off right now. Everybody good? Okay. All right. I want you to think differently. When we talk about fat loss, I took this graphic from an article I wrote called Fat Loss is Dead. Okay? When we focus on fat loss first, Okay, that should be the last thing we talk about. But when we focus about fat loss first, we can reduce body fat. Okay, we can improve some metabolic markers and performance. Okay, because it's very much like a car. If I have a car and I've been putting the wrong fuel in that car for years, and I take it and it's just not doing what I want it to do, right? I take it to the garage. I get, hey, could you look at this and figure out what's going on? The guy looks at it. He's like, hey, you've been putting the wrong fuel in here. Let's put the right fuel into the car. Is that car going to perform better? Absolutely. Did he do anything to fix my car? Not at all. Not at all. All he did was change what was going into it. Okay, the car itself hasn't been touched. Okay, but there's going to be some performance because of that. And that's the same thing we see with nutrition. If you fix your nutrition, your body, you're going to perform better because you're not doing something that is detracting from what your body wants to do already. Okay, and that's the benefit, that's the net positive that we get from the ketogenic diet is we stop eat a whole foods ketogenic diet because we stop eating the stuff that's preventing our body from doing what it wants to do. Okay? So we get some metabolic performance, but that's where it kind of stops. Has anybody gone keto and then stalled after 6 months or a year? And then is like, I don't know what's going on. So then you try something else in an effort to lose body fat. I started keto to lose body fat. Okay, that stopped working after 6 months. Now I'm going to try intermittent fasting to lose more body fat. Okay, that stopped working after 3 months. Now I'm going to try this. That stopped working after, you see where we're going here? Okay, because you're focusing on a symptom, not the root cause. Okay, if you want to improve your quality of life, going back to your why are you doing this in the first place? Because there's something that's detracting from your quality of life. If you want to improve your quality of life, then let's focus on building your body's ability to function by focusing on building lean mass. Build and improve your physical ability, okay? Reduce your chance for injury, okay? Manage energy better. What's the biggest thing that we have in our body that can help with glucose and glycogen uptake? Muscles, right? Muscles will help you burn more sugar, okay? Reduce inflammation, okay? Muscles help with that, all right? Complete health and a better quality of life starts with lean mass and working on your body's ability to function. You know what another word for that is? It starts with an F. Fitness. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? I love it. All right, optimal health is 50% nutrition, 50% fitness. There's a difference between optimal health and weight loss. Weight loss is 80% nutrition. Quality of life is both fitness and nutrition equally. You need them both in order for things to be as good as you can make them. Everybody good with that? I know some of you didn't want to hear that. That's okay. Joe said I make fitness fun. I don't know how Joe says I make fitness fun, but we'll see how that goes. All right, so when we talk about nutrition, that's the fuel. We talked about that a second ago. Fitness is the engine. Fitness is the car, okay? Nutrition is providing your body with the tools that it needs to function. Fitness keeps the car running. It optimizes the efficiency. It keeps it from breaking down, and it lets you drive that car for as long as possible, where you want it to go, when you want it to go, and under any circumstances. If it's raining, if it's snowing, if it's mountains, if it's sand, you can handle it because your car is prepared for that journey. Does that make sense? Okay. So when we talk about having a fitness routine and having a nutrition routine, this is where the breakdown between the different stresses comes into play, okay? When you are metabolically unhealthy, when you're not eating things, when you're not fueling your body properly, okay, you are unhealthy, okay? You can fix all of your nutrition, and that's going to bring you to what we call the normal human function. That's how your body wants to function. You can then technically say that you are healthy. You are absent of things that are detracting from your metabolic function, right? You have removed, and here's the key, you have removed internal stress from your body. Does that make sense? Internal stress. Okay, now, how well are you prepared for external stress? How well are you prepared for the physical stress of maybe your day job, or the physical stress of watching your kids or your grandkids, or the physical stress, the physiological responses to emotional stress that happen in your life, right? Because it's not always just physical things that your body's doing, but emotional things can affect how your body responds as well. And if you're physically not able to manage that, you'll have the same response as if you're physically not able to handle activity. Chronic stress comes in a lot of forms, right, Dr. Lenski? Right? We talked about that a little bit today. Stress presents itself in a ton of different ways. And if we're only focused on the nutrition, we're going to miss a whole other aspect, okay? External stress matters. So that's where nutrition and fitness come together. You need them both. There's some overlap, okay? You see on this graphic, some of the fitness stuff, if I'm doing some fitness things, it can help with some of the internal. Some of the nutrition stuff, if I'm doing things right nutritionally, it will help with some of the physiological and external, okay? But in order to have a complete picture of improving your body's ability to function and your quality of life, you need them both. All right? And to put that another way, nutrition has its limits. It will get you so far, and then you will hit a wall. Okay? If you want, and this is the thing I love about fitness, guys, if you want to never have a plateau again, implement more fitness in your life. We're going to talk about some of the aspects and components of fitness that are going to hopefully make you realize that the number of things that you can improve in your life through fitness with nutrition combined you will never have something that you don't need to or don't want to work on. You will never plateau again, okay? Nutrition helps you adapt to different fuels, provides the materials that your body needs, and manages internal stress. Fitness helps you be more efficient with the fuels that you're getting, builds improved performance, and helps you manage external stress, okay? Only fitness improves your body's ability to do more work, decreases injury risk, and builds confidence in your physical ability. On a scale of 1 to 10, you don't have to answer this out loud. Say it to yourself. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you in your physical ability right now? Okay? That's a question only you can answer. I don't need to know it. Okay? If it's not a 10, we got some work to do. You need to be confident in what you can do, because we don't have any idea what life's going to throw at us. And if you're not ready to go at any given time, okay, who knows what's going to happen? Fitness is the ability to express your freedom through physical activity, okay? We live in a free country. We have the freedom to go and do the things that we want to do. If we are limiting ourselves because we are not physically capable to do something, then we are removing freedom, access to things from ourselves. And that's the opposite of what we want, particularly as we get older. As we get older, what do we want? We want independence. We want the ability to do things on our own. We want that longevity. We want to have a good quality of life as we get into our older years. Which one is it? Older years? Older? Okay. At what point does one become an elder? That's a good question. I gotta figure that out. 50? Wait, who said 50? How does fitness improve physical freedom, okay? Fitness develops your body to match the demands of the lifestyle you want to live. Okay, now, when we talk about what is fitness, what is the lifestyle you want to live? Okay, I can tell you one thing, it's not mine. Okay, it's not some fit pro you see on Instagram. Only you can decide what your life is and what you want it to be and what identity you want to. I forget who it was. Somebody talked about identity earlier. I think was it Kim? She talked about identity. Your identity and the lifestyle that you want to live is going to determine how much fitness you need to implement and how many things that you need to start doing in order to live that identity. What's the quality of life that you want, and what do you need to get there? Is that anybody feeling that? Is anybody living outside of the identity that they want to have? I know I was for a long time. A very long time. Okay? Fitness develops your body to match the demands of the lifestyle that you want to live. Now, what that means is You can start from where you are right now. You don't have to do anything just because someone else is doing it. Specific adaptation to imposed demands. This is a exercise science principle, okay? Your body will adapt to the situations you expose it to, okay? Any level of change in the things that you're doing is going to produce an adaptation. Your body has to respond, okay? So that means you don't have to do a lot more than what you're doing now, just a little bit. If you consistently do a little bit more every day, your body's going to adapt to that, and then it's going to be able to do that more easily. And then guess what? You can add a little bit more. And you can add a little bit more until you're running around, flipping on steps in concrete like that guy in the video, right? Because I know all of you want to do that. It's a goal. I can see it, okay? There are three main ways that your body adapts, and this is when we talk about what is fitness, okay? Fitness is not a six-pack. Fitness is not lifting a ton of weight. Fitness is not a photo shoot because you lost a ton of fat and you feel great about yourself. That's awesome. If that's what you want to do, go for it, okay? Fitness is changing your body to adapt to the life you want to have, okay? Physiological components of fitness. There are neurological components of fitness, and there are metabolic components of fitness, okay? Your body will change physically, your central nervous system has to adapt, and your metabolism has to adapt, okay? Physiological things that we need to worry about. Movements that you need to train. 7 essential movements, things that every human does pretty much every day. These need to be part of your focus when you decide to get up and start doing something to improve your fitness, okay? You need to be able to squat. How many people squat? Everybody better raise their hand. If you're sitting in a chair right now, you're squatting. You had to squat to sit in the chair. Okay? How many people lunge? Everybody. Right? You walk upstairs, that's a lunging movement, walking up and down stairs. Okay? Hinging. I'm going to bend down and pick something up. Okay? Proper use of the hips. Right? Don't throw out your lower back. I'm going to push some things. I'm going to pull some things. Who carries things? I know everybody carries things, right? Carrying things, walking while carrying things. Walking while carrying something heavy in one hand. And being able to maintain proper spinal alignment while you do it. Okay? Twisting. How many people have been in a car with a kid in the other seat and went like that? Or reach back to grab the sippy cup out of your kid's hand because they're throwing it at their sister, right? And then you come back over and you're like, oh, my shoulder, my back, whatever it may be. Okay? Real life, guys. We do all of these things all the time. So when you're training, when you're doing things, if you're not including these movements, then you're missing out on improving aspects of your physiology and your body's ability to do movement because you're focusing on one thing, right? What's the number one thing people focus on when they start doing something for fitness? Cardio and walking, okay? If that's your starting point, get it. Get it, 100%. If you've been on the couch, I want you to get up and start walking. I will never detract anybody from walking. If you're walking 5 miles a day, every single day, and that's all you're doing, and it's all you've been doing for the last 8 months, it might be time to start squatting or lunging or carrying something while you walk. Okay? You want to improve, you want to increase. Okay? If you're only doing one thing, just these 7 components, okay, give you plenty of things to work on a consistent basis to improve your fitness and your quality of life. Do we need to add more? Yeah, let's add more. Of course we need to add more. All right, 10 more. 10 components of fitness, okay? The 7 movements have nothing to do with the physiological and neurological responses of the body, okay? Cardiorespiratory endurance. How long can you do something at whatever level of effort? Okay, it's different than stamina. A lot of times people get stamina and cardiovascular endurance mixed up. Stamina is how long can you do something at the same level of effort. So I can run 30 miles. I may start fast and end slow, but I did 30 miles. Okay? I may only be able to run 2 miles, but I have the same speed the whole time. That's stamina. Okay? Strength, how much can you move? What is the most weight that your body can move in any of the 7 essential movements? How much can I squat? How much can I deadlift? How much can I push? How much can I pull? Okay? How flexible am I? Can I move my body, my arms, my joints in all their different ranges of motion without hurting myself? Okay? More importantly, can I do that with weight or in resistance to weight? That's what we call mobility, right? I can put my arm out here, that's great. Can I put my arm out here and hold something? Or put my arm out here and push away because something's trying to get at me? Right? That's mobility, and that's what we're looking for there. That's a combination of flexibility and strength. Speed, how quickly can I move? Particularly first thing in the morning getting out of bed. Right? Coordination, how can I feel and control complex movements? Can I pat my belly and rub my head at the same time? How can I make my body do what I want it to do when and where I want it to do it? Am I accurate? Can I change direction efficiently? Do I have balance? How many people here struggle with balance? Right? We've got a lot of medical people in here. What's one of the biggest things that happens to people as they get older? They lose their balance, right? Okay? We want to maintain that. All of these things are components of fitness. Now, here's the cool part. We talk about physiological and neurological. They're split up. These components of fitness, some of them require physical effort in order to improve. Okay? Some of them are a combination of neurological. How well does your central nervous system respond to the stimulus and then coordinate that response with the physiological? Okay? That's where power and speed are. Power and speed are a combination of the physiological and the neurological. If you talk about just the neurological, what are the things that we need from our central nervous system in order to be fit? Okay? Coordination, accuracy, balance, agility. Those are responses of how well your neurons are firing, how well your brain is communicating with the rest of your body to manage your movement. Okay? Just as a side note, what's something you guys can eat that's going to help that process? Salt. Hey! I love it. I love it. All right. The third thing we're going to talk about, we're going to add more things to this list. In case you can't do math, there's 20 things altogether when we talk about fitness. 20 specific components to fitness that you can work on to improve your quality of life, okay? There are 3 different ways that our body utilizes and produces energy, okay? One is called the phosphogene or the ATP system. That's basically your mitochondria accesses ATP that's stored in your muscle and just produces energy. It's usually used for short burst, heavy work or sprint work, things like that, where you're doing something quick. Oh, I got to grab this really fast and run, okay? Then there's the glycolytic, where glycogen is the primary fuel source. Your body breaks down glycogen to produce ATP in order to function and do the work, okay? That's like high-intensity interval training, sprints, doing things that are usually in the minute or less range of effort, okay? And then there's the longer stuff. When you're going for a run, you're doing oxidative priority, which is basically burning fat. Okay? So you need to work in all 3 of these different things when you're thinking about your fitness and being able to function under different conditions. Sometimes you may encounter something where you need to work all day long and you need to be really good at fat burn. There may be something that is quick and dirty, like, I don't know, chasing a dog around a yard because you're trying to take it to the vet and it doesn't want to go. That's going to take a couple minutes of you moving around fast where you need to be able to burn glycogen. And then there's going to be some things that are quick and heavy, like lifting a sofa into the back of a truck, that you need to be really good and have that ATP access, and your body needs to be able to be good at doing that. Okay? There are things in life that we are designed to handle, but if we don't train our body to handle them, we won't be prepared. Okay? So that's the third object, right? So we've got physiological, okay? 7 things you need to train. We've got the physiological and the neurological, the 10 components of fitness, and then we've got the 3 metabolic pathways that you need to work on, all right? When we do that, has anybody ever seen this graphic before? This is called the Fit Well Continuum, okay? Basically what this is saying is that when we talk about wellness, sickness or fitness, we're talking about the same thing. Right? If I measure your blood pressure, your body fat, your bone density, your triglycerides, your cholesterol, your flexibility, your muscle mass, all of those things, any of the 20 components that we just talked about, I can tell you if you're fit, healthy, or well. Right? Because the determining factors of health are how our body is performing. And those markers are the same no matter which term you're talking about. So if you want to improve your performance, you will improve your health. If you want to improve your health, improve your performance. Does that make sense? Does that click? Okay. How do we do that? Steps to success, all right? These are my favorite things to talk about. Nutrition-wise, nutrient-dense, bioavailable, satiating food. Those are the 3 pillars to nutrition. I don't care what plan you'd call what you're on, dirty keto, lazy keto, vegan keto, it doesn't make a difference, okay? You need to focus on getting as many nutrients as possible, that your body can absorb the nutrients that you're getting, and that you're not eating things that make you hungry 5 minutes later. Okay? One of the ways you can do that, as Cynthia Thurlow mentioned, is get more protein. Has anybody ever heard me say that before? No. Get more protein. Prioritize protein. Here's a little trick. A good way to prioritize protein is not only to make sure that it's included in every meal, eat it first. Eat it first. Get it before you get anything else. Okay? Chances are you'll eat less of the other stuff if you do that. Okay? Resistance training. You need to train your body how to work under stress. Okay? Here's the cool part about that. The stress that you put on yourself when you exercise and you follow a fitness program is controlled, and you can determine how far across that line of your comfort zone you can go. You are in control. It is better for you to do that on your own than to wait until life does it for you, then you have no control. Right? Start doing something now to be prepared for when life throws something at you that you weren't prepared for. All right? Variation in training. So we've got 20 different components of fitness. The way that you can vary and make sure that you hit all of those things is to switch it up. Okay? Throw different combinations of the movements and the time that you're working, right? Because the different time that you're working will help you address different metabolic pathways. Am I burning glycogen right now? Am I burning fat right now? Okay, how intense am I going? Am I working on coordination and mobility, or am I working on strength and stamina? There's so many different things that you can work on. When you include fitness, you will never, ever, ever run out of something to improve. It is impossible to stall. It is impossible to plateau if you're focused on quality of life. If you're focused on fat loss, you're going to stall over and over and over again. Okay? Adequate recovery. Sleep and taking a break is one of the best things you can do to improve your body's ability to function. I don't know, it's been talked about. I was like, man, everybody's taking my thunder from the earlier talks today, right? Get some sleep, get some rest. It's the most anabolic time, anabolic processes are the processes in your body that help you build, recover, and repair. Okay, sleep is the number one time of the day, every single day, that you have to be in those processes. If you're not getting good sleep, you're going to have some trouble, whether it's gaining lean mass, whether it's fixing hormone issues, whatever it may be. Get as much sleep as you can. All right, how to get started. 1% rule. Just do 1% more of something than you're doing right now. It doesn't need to be a lot. Like I said, if you're walking right now every day, that's fantastic. Grab some jugs of water and start walking with jugs of water. One day, carry them down here. One day, carry them up here. One day, carry them up here. Whatever you need to do. Do something that's a little bit more, a little bit different, okay? Vary it up. You've got 20 different things you can look at that you can add to what you're doing right now, okay? Find something that you can maintain. It does not have to be complicated. It does not have to be something that's stressing you out. If something is stressing you out that you're working on that's trying to improve your quality of life, that doesn't quite work. Adding stress to improve quality of life, they don't go together. So if you're doing something that's increasing your stress, maybe take that out and figure out a simpler or easier way to do it, okay? Don't change too much at once. Take small steps. Baby steps is what matters, okay? You need to enjoy what you're doing. One way that you can enjoy what you're doing is to find another group of people that are doing it too. I think we covered that earlier as well, okay? Find a community, find a tribe, people that you can talk to and share the experience with, okay? Follow a program. If you don't know what you're doing, how many people in here are exercise science majors? Okay? If you don't know what you're doing, ask for help. There are people out there that can help you, okay? Most importantly, these two go together. Be patient. It's going to take time. You didn't get where you are in 3 months. You're not going to get where you want to be in 3 months, but you can get a lot closer, okay? And then lastly, don't quit. You only fail when you stop. Don't stop. It doesn't matter if you fall off the wagon, if you have a bad day, whatever it is. I ate a ton of French fries yesterday. All right? We went to Redmond's. They had French fries. I fell for them. But you know what? I'm back on the wagon today. Right? Because consistency is what matters, not any one event. Okay? Ask any good coach and they'll tell you trends are more important than one-time events. Trends get you to the end. Cool? That's all I got, guys. Thank you. If you just remember, the size of your shirt matters less than what you do while you're wearing it. Okay? And
That's an indication that we need
I guess I'm
royalties.
done. Okay. I was going to say where you can find me. There we go. UltimateKetogenicFitness.com. I've got a Facebook group. I got a YouTube channel, all that stuff. If you have any questions, my email's there as well. Just email me. I'll be around all weekend to talk to. Cool? Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Bronson. Did Bronson challenge anybody here? So I'm going to give you a challenge he gave me. For those of you who don't know, I have a lot of issues. Aside from the fact that I just have a lot of issues here, I have pins in my ankle. I've torn the meniscus in my wrist. I dislocated my elbow. That's why my arm doesn't straight. And he's working with me last year, and I'm like, okay, I know I need more fitness. And I'm like, I can't. And then recently, I injured my shoulder doing something stupid, which was trying to grab her, running across the room and picking her up. And
That was like a romantic blow to our marriage, right? Where it's like, I just broke him.
I hear it rip. So Bronson is like, and he's messaging me like, are you keeping with fitness? I'm like, I can't. He's like, why? I'm like, I hurt my shoulder, and every time I move my shoulder, I keep re-tearing my rotator cuff. He's like, what's wrong with your legs?
Oh.
And I'm like, oh.
There's nothing wrong. He always hits my excuses so stinking hard, but I'm thankful for him in this space, and we do want to exercise our freedom, right? I mean, freedom, fitness is freedom, and I'm a person who wants to exercise her freedom. So.
I got to tell you a story real quick.
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, I'm a high school football and lacrosse official, and there were years ago, about 3 years ago, two of our children also officiate lacrosse.
Hi, kids.
And there was a school that had a child who was born with some issues, and he had no arms and no legs. So his arms ended like right above his elbow, and he had prosthetics for legs. And he was playing varsity lacrosse. He played attack, varsity lacrosse. And I remember looking at that child, and our middle son was officiating with me, and I looked at the kid and I pointed him to my son Anthony, and I said, don't ever tell me you can't do something.
Yeah.
Because here's a kid with no arms and no legs playing varsity lacrosse. And so Bronson kind of challenges me with that all
truly.
the time. there's always something you can do.
Absolutely something. Even if it's just if it's a walk to the mailbox that you do it twice. You just doubled your fitness.
Well, we got somebody coming up to talk about that, but you got some housekeeping
I
first.
do have some housekeeping. So first of all, we are so terribly sorry. There was some like parking confusion. I get easily confused, so I'm not surprised by that. But yes, so for tomorrow, if you are parking, we've learned that you should park behind the drive-through car wash
On the other side of the street.
for free venue parking. Otherwise, chances are it's all pay parking. So that's one bit of housekeeping. The other one is we're going to move Dr. Barry's Patreon meeting to tomorrow at lunch. And
This is what happens when Nisha's not here.
He said, the first thing he said, "You didn't text my wife, right?" I was like, we
I'm
actually
like, I did. I couldn't find you. And he was like,
So
oh.
anybody that wants to house Dr. Barry for a couple of days, because maybe he won't be able
He
to
may
go
not
straight
wanna go back to
home.
Tennessee
Yeah,
right now.
you never know. So we'll put him up if we have to. No, you know what? She loves him. She'll be gracious. I know her. She's the
Okay,
sweetest.
so we have an amazing speaker coming up.
We truly do.
This woman is super funny. I love this woman. I need to just address something. If anybody is currently wearing a CGM
Yes.
that alerts you when your glucose goes up,
Yeah.
you may want to mute it, because this woman that's coming up is so sweet. You are probably going to spike your glucose as soon as she starts talking.
This is just a public service announcement.
Okay. So you want to tell us a little bit about?
I do. I hope everybody knows Nurse Cindy Miller. But as Nurse Cindy, that's how she's better known, uses humor and easy to understand examples to help others on the journey to informed self-care. As an RN for 40 years, Cindy has struggled with her weight. Since discovering the power of the ketogenic way of eating, Cindy has passionately been devoted to helping others discover the freedom found in fueling their body with low-carb, high-fat, medium protein foods. She's going to be speaking to us today on the basics of how what we eat gets processed through our guts and how it impacts our health. It is our great pleasure to introduce Miss Nurse Cindy.
Hey, hi. Thank you so much. Hey, everybody. It is such an honor to be with you about 45 minutes after you ate, because that means you want to take a nap. All right, that's fine. Today we're going to talk about forks and facts and fantasy versus fiction. What are we going to talk about? We're talking about, notice the F's, right? Food, fiber, flatulence, and feces. I call this talk, What the F's? All right, I have been a nurse for 44 years. I'm not a doctor, but we are going to talk about food, fiber, flatulence, and feces. Poop happens. That's what happens. And the potty talk can't be eliminated from this diet, please. You got to work with me, okay? You got to work with me. And that's because nurses, there's other nurses in the room. We have a very odd sense of humor. We're not as funny as we think we are, but we amuse ourselves, so that's all good. So, and my sincere and everlasting thanks to the Keto Chow family for all they've done and what they do every single day. So I'm not a doctor, so that's fine, and I'm certainly not your doctor. But this talk is in memoriam for my mom and my sister. And I will cry because my sister, who passed away, graduated a year and a half ago, has always looked out for me. And everything I do and why I'm on this ketogenic journey is her fault. This was us when we were much younger. I'm the one in the dark blue, and that's my sister Debbie. And this was a couple of years ago, just to show you the massive difference that her unending support has made to me and hopefully to others as I talk about my journey. And my mom, of course, who I miss every day. And Holly made us our bacon and egg scarves, and I was wearing these last night. So this talk's for you, too. And several people have mentioned Dr. Sarah Hallberg, who unfortunately just passed away last week. And every time Debbie would call me to try to get me to start the ketogenic journey with her, I would find something else that had to happen and hang up on her. So she finally sent me this video. It's a TED Talk by Dr. Sarah Hallberg about I was type 2 diabetic at the time. I was 240 pounds, and she talks about What if we've been treating type 2 diabetes all wrong? What if we've been doing it upside down? Because if you have a peanut allergy, I will never say to you as a clinician, have that PBJ, but just keep your EpiPen. So why do we tell diabetics, have that sugar, but cover it with your insulin? So that changed my life. This was me at my heaviest at 305. And, well, 307. Those 2 pounds are important. And those are my daughters. So this was me when I started the ketogenic journey. I was already down about 20 pounds. Just to show you a couple. There aren't many pictures of me when I was heavy. Because guess what? You offer to take the pictures, or I did. Or you can be, and this one I crack up because I know I'm having my picture taken. And I have a candy bar in my hand. I did not even put it down. So some of you may know me from what's called the water balloon video, where I talk about the whoosh effect, about why sometimes we don't lose for a period of time and all that stuff. So that one, you might be able to find me on that. So now 94 pounds gone, and it's been 6 years now. I started when I was 59. I will be 65 in about 8 or 9 days. And I am a recovering carbaholic. Do I cheat? No, and I have this fascinating thing I'm going to explore with Dave Feldman more. We talked about it on the bus going up to the salt mine yesterday about people ask, do you have a cheat day? Do you ever cheat? I'm so fretful that I would binge and I would never recover, or it would take me a long time, that I just don't. A binge to me is to have the blackberries or have a strawberry, because I'm just fearful that if I start on that, you know what, and we were talking, a couple of us in the car yesterday, we never would say to someone that tells us that they're at their 5-year sobriety or 22 years, do you ever go out and just tie one on to celebrate? We would never do that, yet we feel like it's okay to push carbs on someone that has knowingly had a problem. So let's start talking, enough about that history. Let's start talking about all those F's. All right, so this is going to be something pretty basic. Here's my objectives in the bit of time that we have today, and where's my timer so I know how much? It's so big, I missed it. Okay, good. 35 minutes left. All right, we're going to talk about the digestive tract and how it functions. I'm going to break it down into something that hopefully is translatable for you. I work full-time for a very large corporation as a wound care nurse, and my title is Global Medical Translational Lead. It doesn't mean that I'm multilingual. It means that I try to take the difficult things and turn them into something that's actionable for people. So we're going to talk about those F words, food, flatulence, fiber, feces, and then when feces misbehaves. We won't be able to spend that much time on it today because of the constraints of time. So let's start talking about, and I'll have these scattered throughout, food for thought. Now, that's pretty funny too, food for thought. All right, so when we eat, what happens when we eat? When we eat, whatever's on my fork that I put into my mouth, I'm actually giving it a little set of instructions. So if you've ever gotten a blender or maybe a new computer, there'll always be an instructions for use, an IFU as we call it in the medical community. And that, if I read it, I'll have a much better understanding. When I take in carbohydrates, fat, or proteins, I'm literally saying to my body, once it receives it, here's what I want you to do with it. When I give it things that are hyper-processed or uber-processed, those frankenfoods, there's no instruction manual. The body wasn't built for that. So what we do is we put that food into our body where it then has to digest it. Those components are then managed based on the instructions that our body has, and what isn't needed is eliminated, and that's feces or poop. All right, so that's what happens in and out. So what I don't need comes out. If I'm sick and you've ever had diarrhea, you understand you exit out a lot more. Now, that's when we do eat. What happens if I don't eat? And that's that fasting that Cynthia talked about earlier. So when I eat, we can look at that as feasting, and when I don't eat, that would be fasting, even if it's while I sleep at night. And I have to tell you that before I started keto, sometimes if I would get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, my husband would be asleep. That would be my excuse to go sneak eat, because I did. That's what I did. When we don't eat, guess what? We're also giving our body instructions. We're saying, okay, I'm not eating right now. Insulin, you should go take a little nap. And now I can, in that fasted state, I can start to pull those fat stores, which all fat is basically, well, it's a lot more than that. It's stored calories. I was a billionaire at 240. If each fat cell was $1, I was a billionaire. I'm probably a multimillionaire now, but it's good. So work with me. That stored food, insulin in some respects is a bully. It's a master hormone. And when it is high, in order to push that glucose into our cells, so because the cells have to get a signal. Until it drops down, all this stored energy is stuck. It's in jail. Only when insulin starts to drop can the body utilize that stored energy. So fasting is important, and Cynthia did a most excellent job talking about the difference in women. And these specific macronutrients that I eat will determine specific reactions because they're instructions to my body, and it will tell it what to do. Macronutrients, hopefully you all know what that is. That's the protein, fats, and carbohydrates. Then they all have calories, some calorie 4 and 9 associated with it. Micronutrients, potassium, sodium, magnesium, no calories, but very important, and without those we have problems. Now let's move into all the things about the GI tract, and I'll cover each component very quickly, but hopefully enough to help you understand a little bit more about what happens when you eat. Our environment is, if there was a dot on every bacteria and virus that's on a surface around us, you would freak out. Our skin is our natural defense mechanism. It's like our suit of armor. And the only place, unless I have a cut, like you've heard of beef tips? I did fingertips into the meatloaf the other night. My husband told me it was the best meatloaf he'd ever had. True story. But anyway, we have only one way, unless I have a problem with my skin integrity, for us to really voluntarily be exposed to the outside contaminants, and that's through our GI tract. So we take food that's going to have some level of bacteria in it, even if it's well cooked and been kept at the proper temperature, and we are going to put it into this passageway through our body. And we're going to take that nutrient-dense food, hopefully, that we're eating, and it's going to go through, and it's going to come from the outside and actually be internalized into our cells and into our bloodstream. And so we really need to understand that, as Dr. Lenski's talked earlier, the health of our GI tract has a lot to do with our overall health. So let's walk through what is GI. GI stands for gastrointestinal. In medicine, we use as many initials as we can. We don't say you've had a heart attack, we say you've had an MI, which is myocardial infarction. A stroke is a CVA, a cerebral vascular accident. So I want you to think of your digestive tract as a hollow, insulated tunnel. It's a tunnel, and it comes in one way and it goes out the other, and allows that outside world to pass through, grabbing what it needs, taking the food, which is a complex structure, and using what it can, and ejecting what it doesn't need. So that's feces, or poop, if you want to say that. So you've heard of an assembly line? Our GI tract is a disassembly line. It takes something complex and breaks it down into components instead of a factory where I take the components and I create something. And as with any factory, there's going to be emissions released, all right? And that's called flatulence. If you don't know what flatulence is, it's a fart, all right? It's gas that comes out that way, okay? Just saying. And most people who have start following a ketogenic, especially if you're carnivore or like me, carnivore-like, or ish, or inadvertently carnivore some days, typically you'll hear them say that there's less flatulence when you follow this lifestyle. So we have to maintain a good gut health to keep the good stuff moving in and not letting the bad stuff get in where we don't want it. All right, there we go. So, yes, we're going to talk about every single one of these in a speed round, okay? So let's talk about mouthing off, the importance of the oral cavity or your mouth. It consists of all these things that you see here. I don't have time to talk about them, but this is where both mechanical and the chemical digestion occurs. Mechanical as we chew it, the chemical as our enzymes in our mouth start to interact with the food. Our teeth will cut, grind, or tear, like you saw that guy in the previous slide, or Bronson eating the steak yesterday at the firing range. And what we're going to do is we're going to mash it up and grind it up into more usable pieces. It is so important that we adequately chew. If you've been following me on Facebook for a while, you've probably heard me talk about the 20-chew challenge. And that means chew your food 20 times before you swallow it. Why? Because I want to assist my body in gaining as much nutrient density as it can from what I eat. If I just 1 or 2 chews and swallow it, the stomach goes, hey, you did not do your job. I need this to come down to me sort of chewed up. So that pulp, as we swallow it, it makes it easier to swallow. It lets me roll that food around, especially if I try the 22 challenge. And it allows me to really enjoy that, let my taste buds experience the glory of what I'm eating. And it also lets amylase, which is an enzyme that's found in our saliva that really helps us start to digest, especially carbohydrates, even if it's a vegetable. So if I take a piece of broccoli or maybe a strawberry and I do my 22 challenge, it will start to taste sweeter at bite 10 or 12 or 14 than it did at bite 2, because the amylase has started to break that down into sugar. And you'll find that you really enjoy that when you do have your carbohydrates. So, spit's our friend. Tell that to your 9-year-old boy. I have a 9-year-old. I have 11 and a half grandkids. One's still in the oven, and quite a few of them are boys. So have you ever smelled something like you walked in, you smelled it and you walked in today over here where they were making the pancakes and stuff? Salivation can occur even in the absence of food. I smell something or I think of something and I start to salivate. That's good. I need salivation. I need saliva to help me moisten that food. And it will actually also engage with the brain. I think you've probably heard Dr. Berry talk about the cephalic insulin response, where I think about a food or I smell it, and I start to get an insulin rise because it's like, incoming, be prepared, and insulin starts to come out. And believe it or not, our body can produce 2 to 4 liters of saliva or spit a day. That's pretty impressive, and most adolescent boys, I think they can do as much as they want. They can just produce it, because that's just such a cool thing, especially over a bridge or something. So it's very mildly acidic. Acid is interesting in that, excuse me, I always choke on water, I don't know why. Excuse me. Bacteria cannot thrive in an acidic environment. Our skin has a pH of about 5, which is very acidic, and it repels bacteria. So that's why you don't want to scrub with a lot of alkaline soap, especially on the elderly, because you change the skin pH, whole nother lecture. It breaks down this acid in your mouth, your saliva, especially in your stomach. It starts to help break things down. So those enzymes help your chewing turn the ambush the mush, all right, starts to break it down, and allows the bolus of food to slide easily down the esophagus. So please, chew your food well. Well-chewed food's more appropriate for the stomach to receive. It makes the digestion easier. If you have a lot of belching or eructation after you eat, you most likely did not only not chew your food well enough, you swallowed a lot of air because you didn't chew your food well enough, or you were eating too quickly and you swallowed air at the time. So if I do that, if I chew my 22 challenge, I have the saliva, I let it slide down as a bolus, the stomach's like, thank you, you did your job, now I'm gonna do my job, and I'm gonna continue to help. And those taste buds help me savor the food. Slowly, we have these stretch receptors in the stomach, and I'll talk about that in just a shake. When I eat slowly and I'm enjoying it and I'm in the moment and I'm not like on Facebook or watching TV or working on my computer, but I'm literally sitting and enjoying that food, my satiety signal, those stretch receptors, have a chance to actually engage in my brain, and I get that signal. It's a lot more uncommon or less common to overeat. Here's the esophagus. Literally, the only thing it doesn't really do anything for digestion per se, but it connects the mouth, the oral cavity, to the stomach, and it should go down. It has to pass through the diaphragm, which is a muscle right here. When you breathe, if you've ever heard of diaphragmatic breathing, that's the diaphragm drops, it increases. Long story, but I like to talk. All right, so it's a smooth muscle. It connects the mouth to the stomach. That saliva that's moistened it allows that to slide down. If you've ever had a dry mouth and you try to swallow food, have you ever had it feel sort of stuck there and you have to drink something to help it slide down? Putting something in my mouth is voluntary. How many times I chew is voluntary. When I swallow is voluntary. But once I swallow, the rest of digestion is involuntary. It is not in my control. The body's going to do what it's going to do based on the digestive health and based on what I've built up in the way of enzymes that are available. The movement of the food, once I've swallowed it, from the stomach all the way through until it exits the anus, is called peristalsis. If you've ever sat next to someone and you're hearing, That is the movement or the churning of the food through some part of the digestive tract. And it always wants to move downward unless you're vomiting, and then it's moving this way. And to me, that's like, I will do anything possible to not vomit. I just really dislike that. But you know what? We're vomiting for a reason. Sometimes it's tainted food. Sometimes I have a virus or something, and I always feel better after I do anyway. But anyway, so the esophagus goes into the stomach. Let's watch this and see what happens. It slides down. It just goes down, goes past the diaphragm, and it goes into the stomach. That was fun. Okay. See, you just ate, right? So you're like, is this what's happening to me? So here's food for thought about the esophagus. We should have that smooth passage. If you have a hiatal hernia or other things that I don't have time to talk about, or Barrett's esophagus or different things, just know that that can be a problem. If you've ever choked on food, like so you're chewing something, somebody says something funny, you go, okay, so the glottis is going to help. The way that it functions should help us not choke. The way the timing is, I think I might have a little video, maybe not, to show how the glottis will open and close at the right time. The esophageal sphincter will open and close at the right time. It's just very coordinated. And the only time we really are aware of our esophagus is if we have GERD. Anybody ever heard of GERD or acid reflux? It's gastroesophageal reflux disease, GERD. And what people do is they'll oftentimes prescribe an acid blocker for that. So, you guys have stomach for the rest of the talk? It's so funny. Oh, you guys got your, I'm used to having a screen behind me. So yeah, hopefully you have stomach for the rest of the talk, because we're going to talk about the stomach. The stomach is so cool because it's got 3 layers of muscle: longitudinal, lateral, and then it's got this sort of twisty layer. And what it does is when it receives that nicely 20-chew bolus, it's going to start to churn, and it's going to start to work its magic and further break it down. And so when we look at the inside of it, there's all these little ridges, all right? And if I could open that up and spread it out like a piece of crumpled newspaper, there's a very large surface area inside the stomach. So that's the inside view. Our diaphragm is there, the blue that just appeared. So our stomach has a lot of interesting functions. Once it enters the stomach, that esophageal sphincter should close, which keeps the reflux from happening. So GERD is when this esophageal sphincter allows the stuff in the stomach to move back up. And the esophagus, because it's just meant as a quick passageway, doesn't have the thickness of that mucosa that was spoken about earlier. You can stretch it between 2 and 4 liters. Who knows what a 2-liter bottle of soda looks like, or water? 2 of those, it can get up. So if you've ever been very full after a Thanksgiving meal, you know, and you think about how big your plate was, this can be a real thing. It doesn't really need to be stretched that much, and it does have these stretch receptors, but it takes a little bit of time to engage them. So the slower we eat, the faster it's going to say, ooh, I feel full, all right, and that's due to these stretch receptors. There are a thick layer of mucosal cells that start here because the acid level compared to the saliva is much stronger here. And it needs to be strong to start to break down the food and to protect us from any bacteria that's in that food that we've eaten, or even in the liquids that we've drank. I want you to think of it as the decontamination tank. It's where that protection against bacterial invasion or other foreign items that might be in there starts to be decontaminated. And it's very acidic. It's actually more acidic, the stomach acid, than battery acid. And if you've ever splashed any battery acid on yourself, you know that that burns. Because what does it have to do? It has to digest the steak or the beef or whatever you just ate. So the other thing that's important about the acidity of our stomach acid is the killing of the bacteria. So when I'm placed, or if I'm placed, and they continue that digestive process and they turn it into a thing called chyme, or chyme, depending on how you say it, really small particles. Now, I wanted to show you those little, I'm so used to having a screen behind me, those little ups and downs that you see there. Inside of each of those, there's a little vein, there's a little artery, and there's a little lacteal. It's where the fats are absorbed. They don't go straight into the bloodstream. We'll talk about that more in just a little bit. So your stomach is churning and yearning to help you digest your food. So that's important to know. And this is just showing, so if you see the one on your left, that's where the sphincter closes correctly. GERD happens when that sphincter doesn't close all the way, or has a time where there's so much pressure there, it can't keep things down where it should be, and that very acidic arena of that chyme is pushes back up and it starts to chew through your esophagus. That's why it hurts. That's why it burns. So here's a food for thought. Are acid blockers actually your friends if they help us manage the bacteria and maintain the digestion? Are they really your friends, or are there something, these proton pump inhibitors, are they something that Big Pharma has done? Because a lot of people, especially with our dietary changes over the last 20 years, are experiencing more and more. So are there alternate ways to manage GERD? Ask any of the physicians here. They'll be able to tell you, or Cynthia or some of the NPs that are here. Now, let's move from the stomach into the small intestines. I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit. Don't confuse small with short or unimportant. Small intestines talks about the diameter of that tube compared to your colon or your large intestines. It's actually half the diameter, but it's about 22 feet long. This stage, I don't know. If I stretched out, if I put one into my small intestines there, I don't know how long this is, but it's about that long. It's all like this. It looks like a pot of pasta inside your abdomen. There's 3 different distinct areas. They each have distinct functions, and almost all of your nutrient absorption that your body's going to use to fuel itself and keep healthy happens here. And that means it's not a small thing, even though it's called the small intestines. I know, I'm so funny. So we have the duodenum or duodenum, we have the jejunum, and we have the ileum. Let's talk quickly about it. The duodenum is where the first part of the small intestines that comes out of the stomach, and this is where that sort of pulpy stuff comes out. It's the shortest part of the small intestines. We call it the mixing bowl. All right, I want you to think about this is where those components that have been broken down, you're sort of like cake batter, you're mixing it up. And the major work of digestion happens here. The bile comes out from the gallbladder here to help you with your fat breakdown, and all the other enzymes for your pancreas that are used. This is not necessarily where a lot of your absorption of the nutrients, but this helps keep things breaking down smaller, that disassembly line, till we can get to the point that now the body can start to absorb it. Jejunum, which is the next section, the bulk of your actually digestion absorption occurs here. Not that you'll ever need that, but it's a great thing if you play Trivia Pursuit. And you can see how these things are broken down, the fats into fatty acids, the proteins into amino acids, and the carbohydrates into either glucose, fructose, lactose, depending on what you've consumed, and fiber. Good old fiber, it's so important. Then we move down closer to large intestines. This is called the ileum. It's actually the longest part of the small intestines, which is just so fun to think about, longest part of the small intestines. Your digestive particles continue to flow downstream past this, and this is where you start to get more water absorption. Nutrient absorption happens here, and if any of you have had an ileojejunal bypass or gastric bypass or a Roux-en-Y, your B12 absorption's here, but if a lot of that has been diverted, you will oftentimes need some type of injectable or sublingual B12 because you're not going to absorb it. You're just not, because it's just mechanically they've rerouted around that. Now, resting on top, sort of, if you will, sort of giving the stomach a hug is our liver. Tucked under the liver is our gallbladder, and that's where we store bile. Bile is not created in the gallbladder, it's created in the liver, and it's very, very important for our fat breakdown. I had my gallbladder out many, many years ago in 1994, and I'm successfully doing keto, but you got to be careful. You can ask any of the doctors here about, should I start my fat increase slowly? Yes, oftentimes you'll get diarrhea. Liver does a lot. I don't have time to tell you. There's people that specialize in diseases of the liver, and Cynthia talked about today a little bit about fatty liver, about non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, or the one in between, the NAFLD, in non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Did you know that there's so many young children now with fatty liver disease that some children under the age of 12 are having to have a liver transplant? And those of us that need a liver transplant may not have enough donors in the next 10 or 15 years, if you know anyone that needs one, because our youth it's so sad what we've done to them. And we could go into a whole talk about fructose in the liver, but we won't today. So there's so many things it does so far as detoxing. Alcohol is not your friend. I know I'm speaking to a great group that believe that in many ways due to your faith and where you live. If you've ever heard of a college student dying of alcohol intoxication, the liver gets so overwhelmed it cannot break down that toxin, and it literally will kill you if you have too much alcohol all at once because the liver just can't handle it. So much it does about clotting. It's a wonderful organ. It's a very busy organ, and it's part of what we do for a healthy GI tract. So just a close-up of a couple of slides. I know you're not pathologists, but I just wanted to show you that a normal liver is dark, it's compact, it's very dense, it weighs quite a bit. But as we consume more and more carbohydrate-rich foods that are rich mostly in high fructose corn syrup, the only place that fructose is actually metabolized is in the liver. And so when it can't push any more out, it starts to say, well, I'll just store it here, and we end up with fatty liver. It's not due to the fat you eat. Au contraire. All right, close up of the gallbladder, just so you guys know if you've ever had a gallbladder attack, it's because the sediment, your gallbladder has not been contracting adequately enough because probably you've been doing a low-fat diet, and so the sludge builds up, it turns into little rocks, and then you have a pain as it contracts when you do eat fat. So pancreatic function, we won't be able to talk about it. It's just so amazing what the enzymes that are produced. We tend to think of insulin being produced in the pancreas, which it is. I have a type 1 diabetic daughter. She's 40 now. Rachel D., you might know her from being online. But it also does all of our digestive enzymes pretty much. And there was a great talk in the van going up with Dr. Harper, who'll be speaking later on, about the time it takes for enzymes to really be functional. And if we're on and off keto, Dave Feldman talked about bingery. When we binge, we can add insult to injury. And I said, can I use that if I give you credit, bingery? There's a lot to, there he is in the back waving. So think about what happens if you've ever gone on a binge or gone off keto for a while and you get back on, and it seems to take a long time to start to get those results again. Well, one, you're older. Number two, your enzymes have to have time to adjust. They're like, what are you doing to me? So to me, this thing of carbon up once a week, I don't know. Anyway, so here's just sort of a close-up view of the complexity of what's happening when we eat food. So the more natural, the more proper that human diet food that we're consuming, my processed food, for the most part, is in the kitchen. Sometimes with great success, and other times not so much. But all of these things interplay, those inflammatory fat cells, the white fat versus the brown fat. And can we beige up our white fat? Ben Bickman, Dr. Bickman does a fantastic job explaining that. So we don't have time for all of that because I've got 10 minutes left. But all those little villi that we saw in the stomach are actually very, very robust where all that absorption is taking place of our nutrients. Remember, it's a disassembly line. And I think my key takeaway is not that you become an expert on digestion, but that what you eat matters. I can give it instructions it understands, or I can give it something in a foreign language. Have you ever read something that was written somewhere else? And it sort of kind of looks like that should, and you got the parts and the pieces and the screws and it doesn't make sense. When we eat overly processed, uber-processed Frankenfoods, it's like a Frankenstein monster. It's not really food. It's a food-like substance. It gets to this point, and the body's like, anybody got any ideas? Anybody got ideas? And the rest of the body's like, I don't know what to do with that stuff. And a lot of those things are stored. A lot of those chemicals, a lot of the colorants, a lot of the flavorings, which are not FDA regulated, are chemically made up things. They're not natural. And so these things can be stored in our fat, and that's why a lot of the toxicity of our fat cells and why they can become so inflammatory. But I want to get into this point really quickly. Once again, look at that close-up of these little goblet cells. And I want you to see, there's one cell layer. There's one cell, and they're holding hands tightly. They're called tight junctions. And if I expose it to the proper human diet, those junctions are happy. If I end up with a lot of inflammation, because I'm eating industrial seed oils, let me see if I can do that without coughing. Nope. This inflammation starts to swell. And what happens is these little cells, that thin, that mucus layer that Dr. Brian, I'm going to just have Dr. Brian talked about earlier, starts to thin out, especially if you're eating something with a lot of surfactants. Anybody heard of surfactants? A surfactant is in Dawn dishwashing. What does surfactant Dawn do if I put it in a greasy basin of water? It breaks it apart, right? I want you to think of your mucus layer that's so important for your what is it called? Your gut microbiome. I work in wound care, and we talk about biofilm, and that's not. But your gut microbiome, if I start to eat a lot of things, and a lot of your commercial salad dressings and things, they use surfactants to keep the oil and the water mixed. And it starts to destroy our microbiome. It starts to get through that mucosal layer, and it starts to hit this thin epithelium, and they're holding hands so tightly because they don't want the crap that you just ate, the bacteria and stuff, to get inside the bloodstream. They want to exit it out the anus, and when I eat inflammatory-based things, that doesn't happen. So we've got these intestinal mucosal cells, and they're healthy on your left. Then they start to become inflamed, and they're like, I can't. Have you ever seen the movie where they're holding on by the fingertips? I can't go by, you know? And they lose that grip on each other. And now I have a little tiny microspace. Have you ever heard of the words leaky gut? Have you ever heard of leaky gut syndrome? Many times it's because of these industrial seed oils and all the uber-processed foods that we're eating. They're not the natural human diet. They're not the proper human diet. We were never meant to be able to disassemble this type of stuff. And so the remnants are left over. And now with this space, because your capillaries, let me go back to this one for a minute. Look how close your capillaries, the artery and the vein, are to those cells. They're right there. They want to absorb. Blood brings in the groceries and it takes out the trash. And so it's going to pick up whatever it can. And so when I have this disassociation between those tight junctions and I start to have these problems, and it was spoken about earlier a little bit, autoimmune disease, bacteria or food particles or things get into my bloodstream, and my macrophages and all of my immune system goes, enemy alert. Attack, attack, attack. And so, like when my daughter had chickenpox and she had the autoimmune response and became type 1 diabetic, we can end up with a lot of autoimmune diseases because of the non-health of our gut. So the more we can eat whole foods, the less likely that these bad villains are going to get into our bloodstream and set up a cascade of inflammation that goes throughout our entire body. No time, because I've got 5 minutes left, I'm talking to myself. Autoimmune, pulmonary conditions, cardiovascular, arthritis, it's much of it of our chronic disease. And I work in wound care, so I deal with a lot of diabetics who don't heal their wounds well, who have retinopathy, who have neuropathy, lack of feeling in their feet, who end up with kidney failure. It's many times due to a cascade of this chronic inflammation, and all interplays with each other. So that's our small intestines. The absolute vast majority of the nutrient absorption or bad stuff absorption happens there. So what good are my large intestines, oftentimes called the colon? And it was mentioned earlier today, colitis. What is colitis? Tonsillitis, inflammation or infection of my tonsils. Colitis, inflammation of my colon, right? So people that have ulcerative colitis is the inflammation and the damage has gotten so severe, they have an ulcer. And now that bacteria and the other things can get more easily into the system, and Bronson talked about having to go to the bathroom all the time because everything's so inflamed, you can't even keep it in. Peristalsis is going like that. You can't keep it in long enough. So this is where water is absorbed. That's why if you've had a colon resection and you have a shorter amount, it's about 9 feet long, ascending, transverse, descending. If that's shortened, then you'll be more prone to looser stool because you can't absorb all the water. It moves things down and out. That's a lot of our salts and minerals are absorbed there. And feces exits the body. It's called defecation. Feces, defecation. We're going to get it out. And if you have a good bowel movement, you're no longer full of crap. It's a good thing, all right? Down and out it goes, okay? Ascending, transverse, descending. There's the rectum and the anus, and out you go. Let's talk about poop. Did you know there's classifications for poop? It's called the Bristol stool chart. I want you to memorize this. How are you feeling? I've got type 1. Poop. Separate hard lumps. Blop, 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 little rabbit droppings, right? It most likely means what's left over from what your body doesn't need is moving slowly through the intestines. More and more water gets absorbed. Then we've got all the way down to type 7, which is that liquid consistency, no solid pieces. That means it has gone like whoosh right on through, and we've really absorbed hardly anything. And that's why they were talking about the lower weight individual, that when they changed their diet, colitis disappeared. They were able to gain weight because they were just basically shushing things through, and they weren't able to absorb the nutrients. So this is did I need to show this to you? No, but it amuses me. So I just, because poop happens, right? But what's interesting, when we look at the problem and we talk about the gut microbiome, it does involve bacteria, and they're not all bad. There are certain types, there's certain strains. I need them there because they are part of my defense. They really are part of it. We're not all bad. So we've got these bacteria flora, and what happens, especially when we eat something high in fiber, what's going to happen is we have two types of fiber, soluble and insoluble. All right? Soluble means the body has a chance to break it down and turn it into carbohydrates that can be used. That's why your net carbs can be a trap. Because if it's soluble fiber, you will turn it into sugar, and it's going to impact your insulin. If it's insoluble, the body's like, why'd you give that to me? I can't do anything with that. I know, just get it out of here, get it out. So the fiber is not necessarily for human life. Who started that horrible theory? Probably the cereal companies. I don't know. Just saying. I don't know. Do lions eat fiber? No. I don't think they're constipated either. Let's go back to the stool chart. No, we won't. All right. These insoluble fibers are of no good to us, and they must be removed, okay? It's an intricate fermentation process when we eat a lot of fiber. The body is trying to act like a ruminant, and when you hear the Sodfather talk, Dr. Peter Ballerstedt talk, they have 28 stomachs. No, they don't have 28, but ruminants, the cows, they have 6, 7 stomachs. They have a lot of stomachs in it, and it ferments. It can use the grass. We have one stomach, right, Peter? I think we have one stomach. That's what I heard. Anyway, so what happens is we don't have time to really ferment. It keeps fermenting. It produces gas bubbles, okay? And you end up with more farts, all right? So anyway, many carnivores report they're not full of hot air. That's good. All right, so let's move on to the rectum and the anus. Rectum almost killed him, but anyway, constipation. What's the real, if people don't have 2 bowel movements a day, oh my God, I'm constipated. No, the actual medical terminology for constipation is less than 3 bowel movements a month. No, week. I misspoke. Don't put that little clip on Facebook. Increased dehydration of feces. Please drink your water. It occurs. It's characterized by straining, pain, difficulty. The rectum parts can become filled with feces. If you don't listen to when you feel that trigger of that pressure and you don't go to the bathroom, now please, when you're driving, wait till you pull over, but you will lose the urge, and other things are still moving downstream, and it packs in, and it packs in, and it packs in. And it becomes, it happens to women twice as many as men. This is so unfair. The hormones that Cynthia talked about, all that stuff is just not fair. And it tends to grow more common with aging. We tend to move quite a bit less as we age. So is fiber necessary, or is it problematic? So these are the risk factors. I won't take time to do it because they're going to hook me off. But as it starts on the ascending part of the colon, it's more loose. The water is absorbed, and by the time it moves down, do you know we have this thing called a colonic urge, and we have it about 6 times a day? So naturally, about 6 times a day, you're going to think, I think I could go to the bathroom right now. Please pay attention to that and do it when you can, especially if you have constipation issues. There are non-drug options. You don't want to take a harsh stimulant. Increase your movement, increase the water, increase your sodium, your magnesium, MCT or other oils. That helps many people. Don't ignore the urge to go. And then when we have problems and we're sometimes eating too much fiber, we have a lot of inflammation, we can end up with, the diverticulitis is like, diverticuli are like little pouches, and it's a long story, you don't have time, but they can become inflamed or infected. You can have all sorts of problems. Keto foods often reduce or eliminate all of this. We'll hear over and over and over again, people with IBS, people with colitis, when you remove the fiber, when you remove the processed foods, when you go to not the industrial seed oils, and you go to more to that proper human diet, so much improves. Your symptoms minimally will oftentimes get better. So we've gone over a lot of stuff. I didn't even get to talk about the vagal nerve and about the brain gut, and Dr. Brian talked about that earlier today briefly. It's fascinating how our gut communicates to our brain and all the things with leptin and ghrelin. If you ever get confused about leptin and ghrelin, leptin helps you stay lean, leptin lean. Ghrelin, which is that hunger hormone, grrr, when your stomach, that's your free treat for the day. So what goes in has to come out. What happens in between is absolutely much in your power. Until you swallow them, the rest of the body will take over from there. Thanks for staying to the end. And I don't have time for questions, but we'll do it afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Nurse Cindy. Brief announcement. If you did park in the lot next door and got a ticket, the venue is going to take care of it for you.
How cool is that?
So that is awesome. So what you need to do is find Miriam. She will help connect you so they will take care of it for you. But you do, if you are parked over there, you need to get your car moved and just don't park there tomorrow.
Are we going to skip over the fact that Nurse Cindy made potty talk so much fun? Right? Like, I mean, we read the book, obviously, Everybody Poops, to our children. And I think they just need to watch Nurse Cindy just talk about digestive health. I think it's really interesting.
So there's two things that I love about Cindy. First of all, she will do anything to impact people.
Yes.
We were actually driving the other day, and we were watching her live stream, and we're all sitting there in the car going, that woman looks like she is live streaming from a bathroom stall.
Yeah.
Now, she wasn't, but we were driving with her yesterday, and I asked her, I'm like, Miss Cindy, were you live streaming from a bathroom stall? And she was like, no, but I would if I have to. Because that's how important my message is. Like that, to me, that's that woman right there. The other thing is, and you're starting to see this with all of our speakers, is what makes her message so powerful is that she's been where we are or we have been. She can identify because she was a type 2 diabetic. She was obese. And that's, I think, one of the things that makes it so impactful. Because it didn't, I don't know if any, there's an old movie, I believe it started with William Hurt, called The Doctor. Did anybody ever see that movie? Right? And it's about this doctor, and he's an amazing surgeon, but he has the worst bedside manner ever until he gets throat cancer, and he has to go through it, and then he finds out that, like, wow, bedside manner means a lot when a patient has, like, cancer.
Can you hear me now?
And I think that you're starting to see, and our next speaker is no different, when they have been in that situation, it allows them to understand what we're going through, and I think it makes them a better doctor, physician, clinician, whatever it may be. And that's one of the things that happened in that movie, is that in the end, he makes his students become a patient.
Yeah, I think that all of our speakers have been so powerful today. And yes, I find it easier to accept a challenge when I know that the person challenging me has made all of the decisions the same way, right? Like, they have had to make these hard choices. That is so powerful. And our next speaker is no exception. So Dr. Rohn Rigby has helped patients with medical weight loss in Layton for more than 14 years. He brings a wealth of informed medical expertise in helping patients discover healthier lifestyles. As a weight management expert, Dr. Rigby knows that a lower BMI means a greater connection to personal wellness. 15 years ago, Dr. Rigby himself was overweight and ended up in the ER with chest pains. He decided it was time to take control of his life, so he committed to his own unique regimen of healthier eating and activity. But the most important part of this story isn't that Dr. Rigby lost some weight. It's that he's been there, like all of us. He's looked down at his belly and sighed in exasperation. He's drooled over a piece of cheesecake. He's gotten on the seat of his bicycle and pedaled until his muscles ached. He then began a journey that has led to hundreds of hours and many years of research to study metabolic health through diet and lifestyle changes. Dr. Rigby knows that with the right information and encouragement that anyone is capable of losing weight and improving their overall health. You might find Dr. Rigby outdoors biking or spending time in the park with his family. He wants to help every patient learn that a healthy lifestyle means more than just a smaller number on the scale. It can mean stress relief, it can mean better sleep, it can mean balanced hormones, and it can mean an improved human experience. It is our great honor to present Dr. Rohn Rigby.
Thank you. Hopefully I can figure this all out. So thank you for inviting me, and hopefully you guys are enjoying, and hopefully you've learned something, because that's what we come to these things for, is to learn maybe 1, 2, maybe we can learn 10, but if we can get one thing that's going to help us, hopefully you can incorporate to your life, then you can make some changes and improve. So that's our goal with this whole thing. Hopefully I can figure this out. Let's see. There we go. So my disclaimer is what we do in medical aspects. I live a low-carb keto/carnivore type aspect, so I live it. I'm the medical director of the Ogden Clinic Medical Weight Loss, which is up north from here. And then I have a podcast that I'm trying to put together. Again, like a lot of everybody, mine's little versus all these other ones, so some ideas. So again, they've kind of told the story a little bit, but I'm going to exacerbate or expand it a little bit. So in 2006, I'm walking out of Davis Hospital, which is up north. Had just been in the hospital with chest pain, and they ruled everything out. MI, nothing like that. Figured it was anxiety. Part of the reason I was really concerned is I have a strong family history: diabetes, heart disease, dementia, cancer. I'm a ticking time bomb. I don't want any of these problems. And I figured I'm in my 3rd year of residency, and hopefully you'd figure somebody who's gone through medical school and somebody's gone through residency and spent hours spending time and sacrificing trying to learn these things, that you would have a better idea of how to deal with these things. And I was walking out of the ER, and the doctor had given me all atypical chest pain, so nothing to worry about. I think it's anxiety. Actually, I had just finished my ER rotation, and what we did in our residency is we'd work night shift, but in our 3rd year of residency, we still had day clinic. So I'd be up all night, go to clinic all day, and then I went home and I had 3 kids, so I had to be dad and a wife, and so it wasn't just like nothing against my other fellow residents, but they could turn it off and back and forth. I couldn't. So when I walked out, ruled everything out, they wanted me to do a chest test or a chest stress test and all that kind of stuff. But when I was walking out, the ER doc handed me on a piece of paper. That's what the post is there for. He goes, "I think you have metabolic syndrome." And I'm going, okay, what's metabolic syndrome? Wait a minute, I'm a 3rd year resident. We tell patients this, and I know the numbers, but he goes, why do you think this? And he goes, you're, again, a ticking time bomb with all these different issues. I'm afraid this is where you're going. So that was my aha moment. So let's start doing things. And again, that was me. It's kind of hard to tell with my son sitting next to me, who is now 21. So you can get an idea of how long ago this was. So it wasn't something just recently. It's something I had struggled with. And again, looking back at Dr. Linska's pictures, we had some of the same ideas. I was one of the shorter guys on the football team, but we're the largest weight-wise, so not a good thing going on. But again, like I said, why was I here? What could I do about it? Possible metabolic syndrome, and didn't know what to do about it. So with doing this, I started doing what we were taught to do, looking for, before I go there, I forgot this part. I figured I was a little bit more prepared than some of my colleagues, since part of my undergrad should have got me prepared for this. Part of mine was in health promotions, so living a healthier lifestyle, physical activity, looking at that, things that physical therapists do, athletic trainers, looking at life. Health is an important aspect. I actually did more than most doctors. I had some nutrition training in undergrad and then a little bit in med school and then in psychiatry. Key things that can help us deal with these metabolic syndrome aspects, but I figured I should have been better prepared. Not really. I turned back to what I had been taught in medical school and especially in residency is look for the answer in medications. Not what caused it, why we're there, what Band-Aid can I put on it? And that's where I started looking for. In my senior year of my residency, I had to do a senior project presentation similar to this, not as many people, but that idea, and I did it about weight loss. Looking at the medications, looking at the traditional food pyramid, incorporating exercise, all things that we've been hearing about today. And I go, that's all we've got. Well, unfortunately, we always look at medications, and if you look in the history, medications have been put onto the market and then taken off the market because of problems. Another one's come on the market, come off the market. So obviously medication wasn't the answer, but that's where I kept looking because that's what we were taught to do. And when we get in the medical field, as all of us have talked about and those in the medical field, we talk either synonyms or short terminology. But a lot of times we'll use the syndrome, a collection, the technical definition, a collection of signs and symptoms that can lead to a problem. It doesn't give us the cause. It's just things that we should be looking at and piecing together because you might have this part and this part and this part or this part. But they weren't, none of those 4 parts were bad enough to be able to treat. So using that, looking for answers, searching, asking for colleagues. When I got out of residency, asking the group that I joined, doctors who have been practicing for a long period of time, what do you do? Their typical answer is put medicine on it. So I delved into it and I came across what a lot of you might have heard of Syndrome X. And that came from Dr. Revens in 1988. He was the head of one of the endocrinology departments. He was receiving they call the Banting Award because of Banting, because, if I remember right, because of the whole discovery of insulin back, all that kind of stuff. But he kind of was looking at all the research that was going on with these different things and labeled it Syndrome X. And if it look at the screen, obesity, high blood pressure, cholesterol issues, and insulin resistance. But he didn't give us enough information, so we had to dig farther. So again, now we get called metabolic syndrome. What is it? But in looking and with time, I needed eventually to go, okay, here we go. The metabolic syndrome. So we're going to look at each individual aspect, okay? You have to have 3 of these 5 things, and I'll give males and females when we get to each individual. So you have to have 3 of 5 things, and if you ask most doctors who don't work in this realm or the low-carb, keto, metabolic health, any of them, they're not going to, that's not that big of a deal, I won't worry about it. But with blood sugar, above 100 in a fasting state. Again, our lab at mine, 106 is considered normal. Again, technically by these numbers, less than 100. Waist circumference in males above 40 inches, females above 35 inches. Your blood pressure, again, if you remember, we've said it was 130 over 80. Actually 85, sorry, 130 over 85. Again, no doctors, they're going to go, oh, you got some, we need to be watchful, maybe start doing it at home, but nobody's going to go put you on medication for it. HDL, again, for males less than 40, females less than 50. Again, if you look at the labs, if you remember looking at your labs, it always says A1 kind of range. And last but not least, your triglycerides above 150. Kind of thing, ironic, I think, at least in my opinion, with metabolic syndrome, we don't talk about LDL. We always talk about cholesterol and LDL, and Dave does a great job with all the information, all the aspects of it. But when we have this metabolic syndrome, which can have 85% of the general population has, LDL is not part of it. So keep that in mind. So it was in 2012. I actually had, you'll hear from him later, Dr. Westman. I actually decided to go to a conference, again, looking for CME, getting interested in wanting to fix the obesity problems. Actually, this is my 10-year anniversary. I was actually looking at a conference that Dr. Westman was actually teaching at, the American Society of Bariatric Physicians, which they've changed the name now. But he was talking about what he's done, where he's gone, what his research he's done. And when I was listening, I was like, wait a minute. This sounds like Atkins. I still remember telling my dad, and it wasn't exactly, but I still remember telling my dad, this expert who took nutrition in undergrad, that he was hurting himself. Even though he had lost weight, he was coming off medicines. Me glorified college student, knew what I was talking about, told him he was hurting himself, and it was the wrong thing to do. We were taught it was a fad diet. Nobody taught me the history of it until I went and listened to Dr. Westman talking about some of the aspects and all the people up to that point. That got me going down a rabbit hole, which most of us have done. Most of you will recognize this is Gary Taubes, who is an investigational reporter. I have a hard time with that word. And that got me digging into his books. And I put it in the order that I read them. It's not the order he wrote them when I read them. Starting with the shortest one, Why We Get Fat. To look at the history of why we got to there. Is jokingly, if I remember him saying, at least one time I heard him speak, this was his Cliff Notes version of good calories, bad calories. So if you want a lot of good research, great books, a lot of information, looking at the history of what got us to this point. Again, sugar, and then the most recent one, A Case for Keto. If you haven't read any of them, highly recommend any of those books. But that got me digging even deeper. Well, the whole idea of fat, that kind of stuff. That got me into thinking about the history of Ansel Keys, and most of you have heard of him. I don't know, I'm not a researcher, so take this for what it's worth. Most researchers will screw up a lot of things, but you have to admit when you realize you screwed up. Unfortunately, some of us can't get away from it. And sometimes when you have a set idea, you go and prove what you were looking for. At least from my understanding, that's what he was kind of looking at. He was trying to prove what his thought process was. We have more technology, we have better skills, understanding now. So not putting him off the hook, but that was one aspect that kind of got us going the wrong direction for a while. And then this quote by Dr. Atkins, again, if we went back and looked at the research, understanding how the body works, understand there's multiple fuel systems, we should understand this. Let's go look at the history and things. That got us into, most of us have probably read The Big Fat Surprise, how the importance of fat, all the different bad research that kind of got us, again, looking for what we want. And again, multiple people have talked about Dr. Ben Bickman down at BYU, so not far away. Great book, looking at the insulin resistance. So different researches got me going down that road. Sometimes you can go look at studies. Sometimes it's better to read it from somebody who's outside of it, looking in, to get a different viewpoint. So let's go back to metabolic syndrome. Just kind of a rehash. I like the picture, how it put it all together. We talked about the triglycerides and the low HDL and the high blood pressure. But the visceral fat, the waist circumference. But one key aspect was the insulin resistance. We always listed it, and if you look at the World Health Organization, they actually, to fit metabolic syndrome, you have to have insulin resistance. But even up to this point, outside of Syndrome X, nobody really talked about it. And you asked a lot of doctors, they go, oh, insulin's just to control diabetes. That's what we get taught. Unfortunately, you guys probably know more than they do when it comes to that part. But why? Why were we going this direction? What was leading us down this road? And if all these different aspects, we've got to figure out what we need to do to solve the problem. So getting back to we always talk about all these different systems, and the human body is think of it as a system of systems. So all these systems are communicating, and we have regulatory systems, and again, a lot of times we'll call it the endocrine system that regulates it. But the key factor, all these things are trying to keep things in balance. And the term we use in the medical world is homeostasis. That balance of everything, the blood pressure, the cholesterol, the insulin, your GI system, your cardiovascular, we're trying to regulate these things. Always constantly balanced. But if our body's trying to fight it and something's getting out of whack, what is one key factor that's getting us to that point? Sometimes I like the cartoons. Basically, if 50% of the people are obese, I'm just overweight. I'm not overweight, I'm average. So again, unfortunately, we're getting to that point that a larger number of people are gaining weight. We've had numbers over and over you've heard today. It's not always just about the weight. I always tell my patients, it's what's making up the weight and where is it located. So it's not just the number on the scale. So again, when we talked about when you get frustrated, the number on the scale isn't moving. Great. But how do you feel? How do you function? What's your lab results? How are we sleeping? What's our emotional levels? And we're going to delve into that a little bit. So again, just kind of an idea, and all these different systems, and it's not just one system, from the cardiovascular, the brain, the heart, the lungs, the liver. We just had a great talk about the GI system. All those different aspects, how the pancreas plays a role, the female reproductive. We had a great talk about where women are in their cycle, when they should be incorporating some of these tools, when they probably should hold off on some of these tools. Just because we can do something doesn't mean we should do something, but we want to fix the problem. So just to kind of rehash on, we always talk about insulin. What does it do? Well, it helps regulate the blood sugar. It does lots more than that, but that's kind of the key thing that we're known that it does. It helps regulate the blood sugar. It helps get the sugar out of the bloodstream and into the cells, be it the adipose cells, the liver cells, the brain cells, the muscle. And again, yes, incorporating physical activity, which we'll talk about in a little bit, can definitely help after you have that higher sugar kind of component, or if you don't feel good, to help use up that sugar. But it just kind of gives you a global idea of what insulin, kind of a global review looks like. And unfortunately, from the weight perspective, we know there's multiple hormones, not just one. Insulin's just one of the growth hormone aspect. So just a simple picture, kind of looking at the yellow component that fits into the one receptor, it's the insulin, that now opens up the cell to get the glucose out of the interstitial blood supply into the cell. That's what kind of insulin does. So we get it in the cell, now we can use it in the mitochondria. Again, we've had great talks about all that different stuff. That's kind of the aspect of getting insulin into the cell, or getting sugar into the cell. But now we're talking about insulin resistance. So how's that? And there's kind of two theories or two mindsets when it comes to this. One is that receptor or that key is a little rusty. So it doesn't respond to the insulin. So what happens is our body has an elevated sugar. So what does it do to correlate or to compensate for that? It makes more keys. And insulin is the key. So it makes more and more and more keys. But if that communication doesn't work, we just keep making more and more. But one key aspect is not every cell has the same insulin resistance and or sensitivity. So we go, oh, everything is all insulin resistant, or everything's all insulin sensitive. No. Every cell can respond different, and like it was discussed earlier, your levels can adjust throughout the day. So keep all that in mind. Other way of looking at it is, again, not a good picture, but kind of the idea is trying to jam more into, and your body it's so overpacked with those cells that it makes less and less and less receptors to get the sugar in to the cell. If we stop putting the sugar in, we don't need as much insulin, and those cells can start responding and actually using some of that stored energy to be broken down and be released into the bloodstream. Again, pictures that are out there, kind of the idea, unfortunately, and doctors get so wrapped up in looking at your average blood sugars. Most of you have gone in for your general exam. They might have asked you if there's a family history, or they're concerned, or you asked for an A1C, which is your average blood sugar over the last 3 months. You check it, it comes back normal. And you're going, how can that be? Because it can go for years with good A1Cs, which is great. But where nobody's looking at the insulin. How much insulin are you having to produce to control the blood sugars? But if you look at the labs, again, the labs are just looking at a group of people and figuring out an average range, going back to that whole bell curve aspect. As long as we can get so many people under the bell curve, that's what normal range is. No. There's been numbers thrown around today, less than 6. I might be a little bit more specific or a little bit more aggressive. I like it less than 5, but it's just a number. We're trying to get that down. Now, can you still have some insulin resistance if those numbers are low? Yes. So keep that in mind too. But it takes time to get there. Some would argue 5, 10, I've read even up to 15 years. So it's not a quick fix aspect. Another easy way of looking at just kind of that, don't eat the greatest carbs, makes more insulin, cells become receptive, can't get it, have more storage, you feel tired, fatigued, so you eat more. It's just kind of that vicious cycle that we're trying to break. And unfortunately, those would be what's going on inside your body. But it doesn't always present visually. So some of these things that you might have symptoms that just the idea of different conditions and different aspects being affected by it. Unfortunately, we always talk about calories. Calories in, calories out. I know you guys don't, but just in general, that idea. And that's what we get taught about. So what is a calorie? This is Wilbur Ashwood, if I remember right. I forgot my notes. But back in 1896, was an experimenter and trying to understand what the components of the food or the energy from the food. So he built a machine, i.e. a bomb calorimeter, to understand how much fuel is being given off from these foods. And again, this could be very controversial. So our body doesn't know what those calories really are. All they know is what the end product really breaks into, and now how is that going to affect us hormonally? That's the way I always look at it. So, if we always focus on calories, and if you guys have learned and doing a lot better, we got to fix more of the insulin. If insulin resistance is the problem, that's what we got to fix. And that's what we should focus on. Fixing the metabolic health. And that's where my focus and trying to understand and fix that metabolic syndrome or metabolic health is what we're trying to do. And trying to different ways of looking that things have been discussed in multiple different ways today, but we're looking to try to help not just weight, but also your overall health, your blood pressure, your cholesterol numbers. I don't know why we always go back to cholesterol, but those aspects, what can we do to improve that health, to improve the quality of life, to be able to do the things that you want to do. It might not be just about losing weight. It's more of have less joint pain. Or a lot of patients will be referred to me so they can get their weight down so they can have their knee surgery or their back surgery or to help improve those things. We want to improve their overall what's making up the weight aspect. One key factor that we're all different about is our why. We've talked about it before. But part of it is you as an individual, you need to determine why you want to go on this journey. Because your journey is different than anybody else in this room. It might be, I'm tired, I'm fatigued, or me, I've got a horrible family history and I don't want any of it. So I'm trying to do everything, but everybody's why is different. So when you're working on these things, don't worry about everybody else. I know it's easy. We want to compare. We get Facebook, we get Instagram. We look at all their quote-unquote best, but they're not you. We had the discussion about males and females are not the same. They're not. And everybody else is totally different also. So understanding why you want to go this direction is a key factor. Another key factor before we get into this is understanding your age. The older we get, the more the slower our body heals. If you ever talk to a doctor, they go, oh, a break should take 4 to 6 weeks. The way I look at that, somebody's young on the 4, somebody older should be 6, and sometimes even longer than that. So the more experienced, I always hate the word age, but the more experienced you are, or more trips around this earth you've been on, the longer it's going to take to heal that. So keep that in mind. You can't compare yourself, if you're in your mid-50s, you can't compare yourself to somebody in their 20s, even if you're a male, and without all the other hormones that we talked about. Does that make sense? So that's another. So your why, your age. Now here's another key factor. Look at your family history or your medical history. If there's history of blood pressure or family history of it. Cholesterol, which we talked about. Waist circumference, which we talked about. Blood sugars, highs, lows, hypoglycemia, hyperglycemia aspect, where we are, we don't know. Again, inflammation, joints, skin. We talked about the gut health, all that. Everybody's different. History, depression, anxiety, attention aspects. Each of these, we can have a whole lecture on all of them. Chronic fatigue type issues, sex hormone abnormalities, eating abnormalities, history of PCOS or polycystic ovarian syndrome, infertility, males or females. Again, key factor. And history of diabetes. I did all that list and we finally got to diabetes. Now again, kind of the idea of in this environment, we like the low carb keto / carnivore. All can help. Part of it is being willing to work on, as it was discussed earlier, putting the right type of fuel in your body or into your vehicle. Okay? So I always go back to the basics with my patient. I say their body needs 5 things. If I take away any of these 5 things, they're going to die, and that's not my goal. One is water, obviously. One is air, because if I take away those, they're dead quick, and we don't want that. Protein. You've heard a lot about protein and avoiding and making sure you're getting adequate protein, because most of us try to avoid it. Healthier fats, which we're a lot better with that, and then micronutrients. So obviously, we've got to focus on that, and this is just kind of that idea, trying to find that combination that works for you. So the way I go with my patients, and a lot of people go, all you want patients to do is keto. No, I'm trying to find what's going to help them. And our dietitians will, because I never bring up keto in it, but when they see our dietitians, they'll come back and go, all you say is do keto. I go, I never bring up the word keto unless they bring it up aspect. And they go, but he says, all I have to eat is meat. And I am a big meat fan, so don't get me wrong. No, I said you need protein. So if it is more of a plant-based, great. You just have to mix and match and know what you're doing with it. If you don't do well with meat, great. You still need the amino acids. It's not about just eating meat. I'm a big fan of it. You need the amino acids. Second, the healthier fats. All the more the natural fat. And then the micronutrients, the salts, the minerals, that kind of components. So again, just the idea to remind us of that. We've talked about fasting, the importance, requirements, time, whatever. People go, how long do I have to go? Well, everybody's different. Find what works with you. If you're eating 5 to 6, 7 times a day, can I limit it by 1? If you're eating 6 times a day, can I get it down to the basic 3 times a day? And you go, well, I'm not a very good person because I don't eat breakfast. Well, technically you do, because no matter when you eat, for the first meal of the day or every other day, it's breakfast, but that's my technicality aspect of it. But it's being mindful of it. And again, going back to eating when you're hungry, not because you're bored, you're stressed, it's time. Again, is it the best way for everybody? No, it's a tool. So time restrictive eating, being mindful, but again, it's not just limiting the time or the going longer, it's what you eat when you do eat it also. And incorporating water. We all need water. We can talk about all the different numbers and the proper amounts, but again, we're all totally different. That's part of the reason we gave you a water bottle today. Salt, one of the micronutrients, is a key component. Yes, we're a big fan of Redmond. Yes, it was fun to go down there. If you ever get to, go down and see that. But again, we need the salts. But we also have to be mindful if you have a history of eating abnormalities. Has been brought up before. Do I think this can fix it? Yes, it's a tool. But you've got to be mindful about it. Not just, oh, I have to eat all this stuff. Will do you well with it? No. Or you're going, if I say you have to eat less, and go, but that triggers me to never eat ever again, or have anorexia, or I'm fearful of that stuff, or the binge eating aspect. You have to be mindful of it. There's a lot more in depth on all that, but you've got to be mindful about why am I eating? What am I eating? How much am I eating? The idea of chewing 20 times is great. Find the tools that are going to work for you. Look, part of this discussion or part of this idea is constantly keep learning. Because when you stop learning is when you stop growing. As a person, not growing this way, but growing as a person and improving the skills. But you have to be mindful of it. Again, which is better? Exercise, diet, good discussions, depends on who you come from or who you want to talk at. Exercise and eating is beneficial. I always take the idea of putting the right type of fuel. So let's focus on the right type of fuel first. But again, we want to do some exercise. And unfortunately, a lot of people will want to go to extreme and think they got to do something like this. They're going, I can't keep up with all those heavy lifters. I can't do these guys. No, great. Start simple. Start with where you're at. Do what you need to do and push yourself a little bit. Not what I can do. Not what somebody else can do. Where are you, and what can we do to improve it? But unfortunately, when we talk exercise, this is where a lot of people go. I have to go to extreme. No. Let's go simple. Now again, yes, anaerobic or the resistance is always better. And again, I agree when they say start with where you're at. So it might be walking. So walking into fast food. Do I endorse fast food? No. But if that's a starting point and that's where you're willing to go, start there. Because everybody's journey is different. Sleep. We've talked about all the benefits. Yes, you need it. I would actually say I want you to focus on your sleep before you incorporate the exercise. Because if you're now sleeping better, you're probably making better dietary changes. You also feel better, therefore you have more energy to go exercise. I always tell my patients, don't sacrifice your sleep just to go to the gym. I want you to go to the gym, don't get me wrong. But if you're so time constrained, focus on sleep. Again, well, everybody's a little bit different. Yes, the recommendations, have a good go to bed time, get up time. If you have a hard time getting your brain to shut down, get off the computers, TVs, Facebook, all that type of stuff. If you can't, if you have to work, using blue blocking glasses, all that can definitely help. Avoiding caffeine too late in the day. Again, alcohol later in the day. People go, but I use it to help me sleep. Yeah, not really. Nicotine also. Meditation, relaxation, and everybody's different. Again, getting sun exposure early in the day, definitely key thing to help the sleep cycle, there we go, and exercise. Stress management. Again, we can have discussions on what to do, how to do it, all different ways of good stress management. I look at stress a little bit different. I came across the discussion in a book at one time, and it was described in two different ways. We have distress. I don't like my boss, I'm having a hard time at work, the kids are driving me nuts, financial reasons, things that I don't really have control over. Then there's eustress. I'm not saying this is fun, but the idea of excitement about learning new things, trying to do something. I've got a business idea. I've got to do this and this and this. That's a eustress. Focus on trying to incorporate more eustress. That can help us incorporate doing these things, to make the changes. Try to avoid the distress and focus on the things you have control over. Worrying about things going on in the world that you have no control over isn't solving anything. It might make you feel better because you care, but worry about you. Find something that works for you. Again, habit loops, incorporating different habits, all these different aspects. There's lots of written on it, but a cue, the craving. If you want to break a habit, pick one aspect and change it. If you're trying to incorporate a new habit, make it obvious, simple, easy. We don't like hard things. The more we do, the easier it becomes. Start simple. There's the idea of, some books will call it, or some ideas, as you anchor it to something else, or habit stacking, either way. But a lot of people with the idea of meditation, people go, I know I need to, great. If you get up in the morning, and I don't drink coffee, but a lot of my patients do, you go, if I get up in the morning, I go put on my coffee, great. Odds are it's going to take a couple of seconds to minutes, kind of relax and meditate. I had a patient who's going, I can't find time to exercise. Great. Odds are you take a shower. Yeah, every day. Great. Turn on the water while it's warming up, get down and do plank for a minute. Count to 30. Start simple. Start attaching to something you already do to make it easier to remember so you don't have to think about it. The brain uses a lot of energy and it doesn't want to. It wants to make things as simple as possible. So creating those habits, easier said than done. Willpower. You go, you've got to have more willpower. Part of it is changing your environment so you don't have to use it. So again, donuts are one of my weaknesses, or at least it used to be. Me going to the break room where they bring donuts, not a good idea. When a drug rep comes in and goes, what do you want for breakfast? At one time I would have said donuts, whatever the staff wants. Now I say whatever the staff wants because I'm usually not going to want it. Try to change your environment so you're not having to, quote unquote, say no or change things to make it easier for you. Again, we've had great discussions about the importance of the microbiome. Looking at how to change that environment to the bacteria that's already there, that's supposed to be there, the ratios and stuff like that. But also prebiotics. Prebiotic, that's where fiber comes into play, is a key factor to feed the bacteria. Think of a probiotic as you're actually seeding or putting the right type of bacteria in there so it can grow. But again, if you go out to a garden and you seed all the time but don't do anything else, nothing's going to grow. You've got to weed it by getting rid of some of the things. You've got to nourish it, and that's the prebiotic, and water it. So all key factors. We've talked about CGMs, basically continuous glucose monitors. We had great discussions on that. Gives you a tool to help. Ask your doctor if you want one, to get one. If they go, you don't need it, your insurance won't pay for it, they might not. Get a prescription. Do it. There's different ways out there. Or ketone monitors. Keto Mojo's here. Again, the good and the bad of these things. Again, I love them. I think they can help. The problem is we only look at one. You have to look at both, in my opinion, to kind of get an idea what's going on. So if your blood sugars are low, or your interstitial fluids are low, and your ketones are low, that tells me your insulin level's high. We haven't fixed the problem. If your blood sugars are high, obviously we know the insulin level's high. But if your blood sugars are low, your ketones are high, that tells me your insulin level is lower, we're going in the right direction. So again, looking at both of these things to figure out where and what are things that actually do affect it. And the first time I wore it, I went for a run and I was like shocked. And even though you hear all these things that, oh, exercise bumps it up. I was surprised how much it bumped mine up. So, but how well it came down after I exercised too. If you're on medications, this is one thing doctors don't talk about. What are we doing to make it harder for you? I understand why they're doing it. They're trying to solve a problem. No doctor is out there intentionally trying to hurt you. They might not be trying to fix you the right way, at least in our opinion. Does that make sense? But they're not intentionally trying to hurt you, but the medications have problems or potential problems. Unfortunately, a lot of times we look at the symptoms, the cause, but when we put you on medications, we're putting a Band-Aid on. That's all we are. It's not solving the problem. It's not getting to the cause. Just a Band-Aid. Another Band-Aid. Another Band-Aid. Another Band-Aid. And then we go, we're being over pharmaceutical or pharma. Yes. Trying to speed things up because we're almost done. Sorry. Labs that again, my patients will say I do a lot of labs. In fact, the lab techs hate it. They call it the Rigby patient because I do a lot of blood work, but I'm trying to figure out what's going on to understand what's part of this underlying issue. And looking at medications, not what's making it worse, but what are some tools that you can do. If you're doing all these things and we're not seeing the benefits, you're going, I don't know where else to go. That's where sometimes supplements can definitely help. Just simple ones. But I got this from Dr. Ballester that he did in one of his things I saw online. I like it. I am a doctor who can write prescriptions for you, but I like these meds better. There's a tool. Meat, eggs, dairy, seafood, if you do well with those things. Obviously, avoid something you don't do well with. But trying some overall tools that can help, just some different things. Focus on your why. Don't compare yourself to somebody else. Remember where you are on this journey. The diet, fasting, timed eating, all good tools. Exercise, great. But I also take the idea you cannot run a bad diet, so let's go fix the diet. Working on your sleep, stress management. But then there are other tools. Understand it's going to take time. That's one thing I always ask my patients, how long did it take you to get here? If they say 10 years, great. Jokingly, I go, I get 20 years to get it off. And people hate it when I say that because we've got to fix the metabolic syndrome or the metabolic health. And it takes some time. And some of us don't heal as quickly as others. Willpower, gut health, just different tools. Now again, since I do it in obesity medicine, just different tools that are out there. I know it's not just about obesity. There are tools to help. It's not about using medicines, but part of it is being able to have an understanding of what the old ways were more of trying to make you just not hungry. Now they're starting to use a little bit more medication, and from hunger to cravings to trying to get the gut microbiome or the gut health, that some hormones of your gut can be part of it. And again, there are some non-FDA approved medicines that can definitely help with the weight, but again, we're trying to fix the metabolic health. Again, using the idea of a fuel. If this was your car, you're probably going to take a lot of time and effort to take care of it. You're not going to leave it out in the rain or the hail. You're not going to put whatever fuel, whatever. You're not going to go cheap, whatever. This vehicle is more important than that vehicle. My call to action is for you to look at your life, take some time, figure out where you feel like some of the weakness areas are, and focus on that one little thing. Start with what you need to do, do what you need to do, then start with what's possible, and all of a sudden, the impossible things that you think now will start becoming apparent, or you can do it. So again, my journey, there's that. So I understand it, struggle. Again, information, again, why wait? I'm all done, but I'm going to go here really quick. Just a new beginning. My goal is to help you soar. This is our logo for our podcast, just as a phoenix arising from the dead type idea. And small and simple changes can make into big changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rigby, for that call to action. And what a powerful reminder it is that we can do something right now. Something that really resonated with me was the reminder about habit stacking. And that was something that was going on in my own family's life. My mother, who is now in her 70s, she's actually part of our YouTube community. Hi to everybody watching us online. We're so thankful for you being here. But she had said that she was having a real struggle getting in her fitness goals every single day. The day would just kind of go by, and for one reason or another, she wouldn't get them in. And so she tried doing what he suggested with habit stacking, and she thought, if I get up first thing in the morning and I am not allowed to have my first coffee experience until I get that fitness in, you better believe all of a sudden I am magically capable of getting my fitness goals in. But that's such a powerful reminder.
Yeah, it just comes down to what is your priority. So we are going to take a 10-minute break. So again, if you are parked next door, if you got a ticket, go see Miriam. She'll help you get it taken care of. But if you are parked next door, please move your car to the lot across the street behind the car wash. That is the free parking. And then tomorrow you can either pay over there or park for free behind the car wash. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back with Dr. Vega.
Yeah, just a file back in. This has been a lot to digest as we're fixing to think about, like, where are we going to go for dinner? My huge recommendation is, has anybody been to, what is it, Apollo Burger yet? That is my suggestion. Anybody been there? Yeah, wave your hands if you've experienced an Apollo Burger. The Utah burger there, where it's like burger and bacon and lamb.
At Dr. Berry's recommendation, double Euro meat. Double bacon.
Yes.
Can't go wrong with bacon.
Supersize the beef. I'm sorry, what? Oh, not in a steak for, gosh.
Wow.
That's amazing. We need to just go ahead and uproot one of those locations and just take it right back to South Florida with us.
Have you learned anything yet?
Have I learned anything? I feel like the hardest thing is going to be going home and saying what to unpack first. But we're not done yet.
Well, no, but it's just like, I feel like I keep getting kicked in the teeth.
About stress management and
Stress
sleep.
and sleep.
Yeah.
Stress. Everybody seems to be going stress and sleep. It's like they know my life.
I feel like we're not going to be able to ignore that advice, right?
Right.
I think it's just confirmation that it's time to deal with it.
So I am super excited about our next speaker. We actually got to ride with him over to the Redmond mine yesterday.
With his family, just such an amazing and beautiful family. And one of the fun things that we get to do when we go to the Redmond mine is they shoot a bowling ball out of a cannon at an RV. Like, I thought, I asked him right before we're coming in here today and asked, did your son enjoy that experience? Because
he got to light the cannon.
I feel like it's something that my children would design as an experience. Like, what do you want to do today? I want to put a bowling ball in a cannon and I want to hurl it at an RV, right? So
Which,
exciting.
if you have not visited Redmond over in the vendor area, go do so. Funny story about Redmond, before I started keto, my mom called me one day and she's like, this has got to be like 10 years ago, 9 years ago. We were married. My mom's like, you got to try this salt. It's called Redmond Real Salt. It is amazing salt. And I'm like, salt is salt. There's no difference between any salt. And she's like, until you try this. And I ignored her. I'm like, this is another one of her silly, fads, and she's going to get rid of it. And then, of course, I start keto and I discover Redmond, and now I constantly have to listen or go, I told you so.
I told you so.
There is a huge difference. If you go find some table salt and eat some Redmond and then try to eat the table salt, you'll be like, this is disgusting. Plus, all of the minerals are in there, and it was cool because when we went to the mine, they talk about their mining practices, especially when it comes to the salt for human consumption. Like, everything is stainless steel. Even the lubrication on the machines is edible. So there's a huge difference between Redmond and even if you can find real Himalayan salt.
It's so true.
Go check them out.
So if you like the real deal in your salt, you're going to love the real deal in our next speaker. We're going to be having Dr. Donald Vega coming up here today. He is a 46-year-old husband and father. I love that he identifies that is the most important thing. Isn't that precious? He is a registered dietitian and strength conditioning specialist and lifestyle mentor based in Costa Rica with more than 24 years of experience in health education. He is the founder of Philosophy, which was established with one vision to reverse the metabolic disease through a free, fit, happy, and healthy society. Dr. Vega leads a team of 8 registered dietitians in 4 different locations in Costa Rica, where they provide nutritional follow-up and a system to educate their patients on the 10 biological keys of health methodology, which is sunlight, sleep, electromagnetism, thoughts, hydration, breathing, nutrition, exercise, thermotherapy, and stress management. I love that nutrition is just one aspect of that. So his supervisory role allows him to study a minimum of 4 hours a day to keep his methodology on the cutting edge to the benefit of his patients. They provide programs for overweight, diabetic, hypertensive, endurance, and fitness patients with a focus on prevention and reversion rather than treatment. They specialize in low-carb, carnivore, and keto lifestyles. Dr. Vega has been in nutritional ketosis, because there is a difference, since 2011 and has helped over 11,000 patients to improve their lives and lose over 220,000 pounds of extra fat through their interventions in his clinics. He has been a speaker at TEDx and health conferences in Malaysia, Mexico, Panama, Argentina, and thankfully for us, the United States. So actually, you may remember Dr. Vega was in charge of the nutritional counseling in the second season of Reversed. It was a reality show focused on reversing type 2 diabetes for 3 patients. Dr. Vega is also passionate about public speaking, coffee, which is another reason to love him, in my opinion, wine, reading, stand-up paddleboarding, surfing, cycling, and resistance training. It's our great pleasure to introduce Dr. Vega.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. A couple of things before I start. First one is, I'm a little nervous because this is only my fourth time presenting English. So my apologies for any mispronunciation during my lecture. The second one is, I'm really happy because my son and my wife are here. And I love you, son. One thing, did you know that fear of public speaking is right next to fear of death for most people? So I wanted to set an example for my son that it's not that hard. I mean, you can do it, it's easy. So third thing is I'm really honored and thank you, Chris and Miriam, for inviting me to this great conference. And I'm really honored to be sharing stage with such smart people. I even feel more intelligent just after listening to them. So let's begin. This is the topic of my lecture, change your mindset, change your life. Moving from auto-sabotage into personal freedom. Just a quick question. Could you raise your hand if you are a healthcare practitioner, just to have an idea of how many of you are here? So the rest of the public, I guess, and are here because they want to change their life. So how many of you have faced auto-sabotage in the past? Could you raise your hands? And not only in nutrition, but it could be anywhere. Relationships, money, right? It's right with us. So what I want to explain to you today is what is that and how we can manage it. I want to dedicate this lecture to Dr. Sarah Hallberg. Quick story, when I was invited to present at TEDx, there's a phrase that says, success leaves clues, right? So I went into the internet and started searching which were the most viewed TEDx talks to see if I could grab something from there and have a better presentation and get some clues. So in terms of health, that's what I found. Dr. Sarah Hallberg and, you know, the lecture that this beautiful nurse was telling us about that made her change her life. And where we sadly lost Sarah Hallberg, and just want to dedicate this to her. Okay. The 10K is not a run. It's our methodology, how we treat people. And it is based on 10 biological keys of health. That's basic principles of health. We don't promote a diet. In fact, we hate the word diet. And we tell our patients, you should never do a diet. You should never diet. Because the association, and we'll go into that, to the word diet is negative. When you have a negative association to something, you want to move away from it. So if we need something or an intervention that is going to be successful, it has to go with success leaves clues. So the way we help our patients is by educating them on these 10 biological keys of health. Again, we don't promote a diet. We ask them to understand and then change their vocabulary to themselves and outside, you're not doing a diet. You are changing your lifestyle. And nutrition is only a tenth of what we need to change in order to be effective at any transformation. And the word here, transformation, is crucial for success. So, I lead actually 9 registered dietitians, and she's the director of our nutrition department, which is here. She came here, so thank you, Ariana, for joining us today. And this is the whole team. And one thing I learned, and thank you for that kind introduction, is all the things she said is not me. The success that I have had is due to the possibility of getting around people that are smarter than I am. And that's because of them that we have success. So we said this is our purpose, is to promote health, freedom, fitness, and happiness in our society. And our vision is the eradication of metabolic disease. Can it be done? I don't know, but I won't rest until I see I have done everything in my power to make that a reality. And you are part of that reality, because together we can change this town, our cities, and finally the world, if we believe we can. We have by now almost a little more than 13,000 patients in person, and I'm not saying this to brag. It's because we want to, or what I want to do is to take all the experience we have had with all these patients, normal people like you with challenges, and bring it up to you so you can discover the patterns that we have found and how they can help you to transform your life. These are the learning objectives. First one is to understand the law of reverse. Second, to identify the clues of failure. We don't want to focus too much on that, because wherever you focus your attention, that's what you get. That's why we have some other objectives. 3, to define a mindset or paradigm and how to change it. 4, to recognize the 2 major motivations for change. 5th, to understand auto-sabotage and how to break free from it. 6, to discover the clues of success. And 7, to reinforce the importance of the mind-body connection. If you stay with me until the end, I'll show you magic. Somebody will join me from the audience, whoever wants to, and I'll make you move an object with your mind. And we all can do that. And I'll teach you how. So, number 7. Okay, the law of reverse. This is very important if you want to go into a transformation. If you want to change sadness, disease, and misery into happiness, health, and prosperity, you must think, speak, and act in ways which are the exact reverse of how most people think, speak, and act. Let's put that in perspective. This is a study, somebody talked about this before, that was published in, I believe, 2019. 88% of adult Americans are metabolically unhealthy. So, let's go back to the law of reverse. If you want to be healthy, should you do what most people do or the exact reverse? Here's the answer. Go the other way and you will get healthy. So, failure leaves clues. In a study that was done to see why people don't succeed or are part of these 88% that are metabolically unhealthy, 6 factors are common. Number 1, it never occurs to them that they can be fit and healthy. Number 1. 2, if it never occurs to them, they never make a decision to change. 3, if they make a decision, they procrastinate. 4th, if they start, they do it without a proper guidance strategy, and that's how they face frustration, because they think it doesn't work, at least maybe they are not doing the right strategy. 5, the inability to delay instant gratification. And 6, the change is made with a short-term perspective. So from all those 6, 5 of them depend on the mindset. So the reason why I'm standing here is because 80% of a change or a transformation is mental. 20% is mechanic. And even though this is a keto conference, the least thing I will talk about is ketosis, because that's 20%. We need to find out what's in the other side, 80%, and we need to change that in order to be effective. Otherwise, we will experience frustration. That's why we keep facing auto-sabotage, and we need to discover the clues of how to change it. Okay, what's a paradigm? A paradigm is an idea, a mindset, something that we consider to be true, and we will know and understand why that happens. We see the world not as it is, but as we are. That's the problem with paradigms, because when we have a paradigm installed in our subconscious mind, everything we see through that lens. And it is as real as it can be. Good. To get into that, the possibility of transformation, instead of being attached to some invisible force, we need to understand how paradigms are formed. So, how do we get a paradigm? It comes from 3 different ingredients. Number 1, authority. Some authority figure tells us something. We assume that's true. In this case, my son, who's only 6 years old, everything I tell him, since he doesn't have any experience somewhere to compare to, he absorbs that information, and that becomes the truth for him. So that's one. The second one is any message that has attached to it a big emotion like happiness or sadness. It is full of emotion. It gets into our subconscious mind, stays there, and creates a paradigm. And the third one is repetition. So let me tell you a small story. You know this program, My 600-Pound Life, where a doctor goes into surgery to help people lose weight who are very overweight? I was watching that one day, and I saw a brother and sister who were very, very obese. And the story why they got like that, they traced it to that, was that their father was a physical abuser of their mom. So what he remembers is that every time the father was physically abusing the mom, his sister would take him away, go into a dark room full of food, and she would start giving him food with a closed door so they couldn't hear what was going on outside. So instantly that was programmed for him. When you are facing a difficult situation, the way you solve it is through through eating. And 30 years later, he's more than 600 pounds overweight. And he doesn't know why he can't change. Every time he wants to change, he's facing an invisible force that will not allow that to happen. Okay, this is how a paradigm gets formed. This is the head. Let's think of this as the head. This is the body. This is your actions, and this is your results. We'll put a middle line into the head, and we will divide it into 2. One is the conscious mind, and the second one is the subconscious mind. Did you know that almost 98% of your decisions are based on your subconscious information? So you have an old image or a bad mindset or a bad paradigm. That's what we want to change, bless you. So this is the way it goes. The way your subconscious mind is programmed is the way you do things, and you don't know it. Through your body and your actions, and then you get those results. So if you want to see an equation, the results equal the information that you have programmed in your subconscious mind. As easy as that. So the question becomes, how do I change? If I change through actions because I'm really motivated. I want to make a change. I want to make a transformation, but I don't work on my subconscious part. This is what's going to happen. I start in a different direction. As soon as my subconscious detects there's a detour of my regular way of behaving, it says, no, 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 no. Where are you going? This is your identity. This is who you are, and you need to get back to this. So that's the way we experience auto-sabotage. Question is, how do we change our paradigms? We need to create a new self-image, a new mindset, a new paradigm, a new set of beliefs about ourselves. And how do we do that? Magic, again. Authority, intensity, repetition. Who is going to be the authority from now on? Is it going to be your mom or your dad who told you, as Joe was saying, you need to get some 20 pounds back because if you suffer from cancer, then you won't have anything to hang from, right? That's a paradigm. Who is going to rule in your life? You is the answer. So you decide immediately what do you want to change. Second one is intensity, and third one is repetition. So dare to dream big. Dare to dream big. Before this was a reality, it didn't exist, but it came to somebody's mind and they dreamed big. And that's how magic starts to happen. So here's the first clue. Visualize 3 times a day. There are 2 specific times of the day where our subconscious mind is very susceptible to reprogramming. That's when you're waking up, right in the moment where you're changing from subconscious to conscious mind. If you start visualizing that idea or paradigm or self-image or mindset that you want to install into your subconscious mind, that's the moment to do it. Right? First thing in the morning. Second one, this is very important, is before you fall asleep. And you fall asleep with that idea. And down it went. It starts to impregnate the subconscious mind. And the third one is find a moment in your day where you are relaxed and you are able to take away 5 minutes, close your eyes, and start visualizing whatever you want to believe. But here's the thing. Remember, 80% of our results are mental. So there's a phrase, I believe it was by Henry Ford. If you think you can, or if you think you can't, in both cases, you are right. So it's basically a decision. What do you want? That's the first step. Okay, so as soon as you start repetition, this is what's happening into your subconscious mind. The subconscious mind starts to impregnate with this new information, and the more you do it, the more you put your emotions into it, the more you change your self-image, your new paradigm, your new mindset, and then your body changes, which means that your actions, all actions stop, which means that your old results stop. You begin new actions, and then you get new results. Does that make sense? And at the end, you will be lifting your hands in triumph, right? Thank you. But it goes further than that. So these are real people, not those pictures you have in there, but these are real situations that we have with our patients. Which are the motivators for change? There are 2. 1, gain pleasure. Second one, avoid pain. Those are the 2 main forces that drive your decisions. So, since I won't go down. Let's focus on the first, on the left, on the top, the one that is jumping. This was a lady who wanted to, one of our patients, who wanted to completely transform her life and become the fittest that she has ever been. So that was what motivated her. So remember, somebody that is comfortable will not change. And somebody was saying before that if you focus on your weight, I want to lose 10 pounds, I want to lose 20 pounds, but there's no substance behind that change is not going to be effective. You need to know why, and this was her why. She wanted to change. She wanted to become the fittest she has ever been. The second one, from left to right, on the top, with a bikini. There was a 42-year-old female who was going to turn 43, and she was planning a trip on a cruise with her two best female friends, and she wanted to wear a bikini instead of a long bathing suit. That was her motivation, and she said to me, listen, I know this is, like you probably hear all this all the time, but this is my true motivation. So, yeah, if that is for her, it's perfect because that's what will move her. The third one, there was a parent who wanted to have enough energy to play with his kids, so that's what made his decision. The fourth was somebody who wanted to gain more self-love since she lost she finished a relationship, so she wanted to gain back that self-love. The fourth one was a guy who wanted to run a marathon when he turned 38. The sixth one was a lady who wanted just to, get old and be healthy, like enjoy the moment of her life when she was retired. The next one was a client. He was 48. His motivation was to walk what they call the route of Santiago de Compostela. That's something in Spain. It's like a pilgrimage. So that was his motivation. The next lady was somebody who had a wardrobe that she couldn't use because she was overweight and having that as this is my goal. I have it. I can't wait to get back into those clothes. That was what moved her. The next one is representative of two patients, doctors, the brothers Zumbado, who are Ironman runners. So they wanted to improve their times, and they did it. The other one, and this is very common, people come to us and they say, I just want to be healthy because I want to be present when my children graduate or they get married. I want to be there. So that's what moves them. And the next one, she was a teacher, a dance teacher, and she wanted to represent to her dancers the standard of health. And that's what moved her, and that's why she made the change. Maybe I'll talk about why she got into sabotage later. Okay, avoid pain. These are true cases from patients as well. And you might relate to that. And once you find a clue and this makes sense, I would like that too, maybe you can hang from there, and that's more powerful than just focus on a number of weight that you want to lose. So avoid pain. This is classic. Clothes don't fit anymore. And that painful is when they hit rock bottom and they said, I need to change. I need to change now. The second one was a lady who, she told us that she felt like a stranger in front of a mirror and she didn't even want to look in front of a mirror. The other one is very common, suffering from migraine headaches. They want to change, they want to avoid pain. So remember, we want to move away from pain. The other one, suffering from, she was in a relationship where she was always being criticized. And then she said, this is not going to happen anymore. And then she decided to change. The last one on the top, on the right side, people, this is also a classic. They hide in the pictures. They hide behind other people because they don't want to see themselves in pictures. Lack of energy on the bottom. This was heartbreaking because we used to teach people 4.5 hours of classes. Before they start our program, they need to go through an education session. Before they even get a menu, they need to understand why they are doing what they are doing. So this was 2019, after Easter time. This guy went with his 5-year-old son. They went into a roller coaster. the defense that they lower in you so you don't fly out on a corner, it wouldn't close because he was very overweight. He came back on Monday, and Tuesday he was calling us. This is not going to happen anymore. I won't be the reason why my son can't enjoy life. Avoiding pain. Immediately, he made a change. The other one is when people are bullied. And we recently had a case of a 13-year-old who was suffering from this, and he made a change. That was his motivation. The other one, that's frequent too. Women don't want to have sex with their husbands because they feel ashamed of their body. It's more common than you may think. And, they come and tell us these stories and instant change. They're motivated. And the last one, it was somebody who speaks, and he was selling a product that is supposed to help you lose weight, but he was overweight. So for himself, he wasn't representing what his company was selling. That's why he looked at us and asked for help because, he was feeling ashamed of this. So these are, remember, gain pleasure, avoid pain. Those are the two main motivators. And if you find any of the two, or if you find both of them, it is even more powerful. Now, where is the problem? Why we face auto-sabotage? Here. Every time we interpret that the pleasure we are gaining is lower than the pain we are experiencing through the process, you start to auto-sabotage. That's the example I was telling you about these two brother and sister on this TV show. When he was asked to quit McDonald's to make a change, he wasn't being asked to quit McDonald's. He was being asked to quit the comfort food where he goes to every time there's trouble in his life. That's painful. That's not helpful for him. And we need to change that. So I'll give you some examples. First one, I will always show the same picture of the woman representing somebody who wants to use the bikini. So she wants to gain pleasure. So they start on the keto lifestyle, right? But here's the paradigm. Every time the paradigm shows up and gives you pain instead of pleasure, there's an interference created and you detour from where you were going and you experience auto-sabotage. It's as simple as that. So keto equals eating saturated fat. Saturated fat, here's the paradigm, means you will die from a heart attack. That's the paradigm. Remember, authority, intensity, and repetition are what creates a paradigm. Authority, doctors. Intensity, you're going to die. Repetition, this has been going on for 60 years now. It's a very strong paradigm. So people might start, they feel, and their clothes fit better, and they get better and they lose weight, but all of a sudden the subconscious shows up and tells them, do you remember that this is what's going to happen if you go this way? You're going to die. 2-3 months later, they quit. And that's the same story I'm going to go over. Criticism. You start on a keto lifestyle, you get criticized by your loved ones, sadly, and at that point in time, you just say, I'm not willing to take all this. And you don't say it. It's automatically happening in your brain, and you just stop doing what you're doing. Another one, your body needs carbs. That's a paradigm, and every time that paradigm shows up and you're doing keto, I'm going to faint. If I do exercise, I'm going to run out of energy. Many things start to happen in your head that will stop you from doing what you're doing. This was another story. It was a patient who lost her grandma about 3 months before she came to us. And the way her grandma used to communicate her love to her niece was through cookies that she would cook by herself. So before she came to us, she experienced a auto-sabotage. And she came here looking for answers. And what we discovered was that when she was asked to leave cookies, if you were going to go on a diet, you, of course, going to stop having all those comfort foods. She wasn't asked to get better in her body. What she was being, at a subconscious level, being asked was, you're gonna break the bond you have with your grandma every time you avoid the cookies. And believe me, this happens in real life, and it might happen to you. Bad paradigm. Another one, this was a lady who did three prior attempts to lose weight, and it never worked for her. After asking her and going a little deeper, what we found was, remember I told you this is not a diet, this is a lifestyle transformation, so she had an association. Every time I do exercise, I want to lose weight, I need to eat better and do exercise. They come together. That was the association. But the paradigm that she had is she was a single mom with 2 kids, and she was working, and when she came back to her house, instead of going to work out or do exercise, she would prefer to go to her children at home. So to lose weight, you need to do exercise and change your nutrition. Exercise means pain because exercising means less time with her sons, right? So immediately she auto-sabotages that. And they come together, exercise and diet, right? This was another one. She said, I'm a very, very successful professional woman. And I spend all my money in clothes, designer clothes. And my wardrobe is full of them. Simple association. Every time I attempt to lose weight, all the money that I have invested in getting all this is not going to work anymore. I'm going to lose it. So she started to change, but immediately her subconscious mind came into her rescue because it's painful to lose all the money that she spends on her clothes. I'm about to finish. This was a lady, she was 26. She had a relationship breakup, very, very painful. And her mind learned that relationships mean pain. Relationships mean pain. If she starts losing weight, her possibilities of being into a relationship will improve because she will feel more attractive. I'm not saying that it's going to be like that, but that possibility exists. So her simple mind says, if I lose weight, I'm going to be experiencing pain again. I don't want to lose weight, even though she's doing everything she can to lose weight. So auto-sabotage shows immediately. This was a lady who was changing, and she lost a lot of weight, but suddenly her husband started to ask her, are you doing this because you like somebody from your job? And he started insisting in this. So inside her mind, simple association. Losing weight means pain because my relationship is deteriorating because of my husband's insecurities. I said it in a very long sentence, but it is immediate, painful. Instead of losing weight and being pleasure, it becomes painful. So she auto-sabotages. Who hasn't heard this one? Your cheeks are going to fall if you lose weight. Who wants the cheeks falling? Raise your hands. That's what I believe. And if you have that paradigm, as soon as you understand that there is a possibility that your cheeks are going to fall, you're not going to do this. I promise you're not going to do this. Another one. I don't know from where you are, but from where we are, when you have babies and babies are, their cheeks are full and red and they are fat, that means they are healthy. If they are skinny, they are sick. And as soon as you start hearing that from your parents, 20, 30, 40 years later, when you start losing weight and you see yourself like that, immediately your subconscious mind interprets, I'm getting sick, and detours you. Interesting, isn't it? Another one, she came to our clinic and long story. But basically, her mom used to weigh her and her daughter when they were 8 and 9 years old, 3 times a day. And if they put on a little weight, there was a consequence. So she, very early in life, started to attach pain to a scale. So what we figured out was that she started to kick her appointments. We see patients every 15 days. And it was a month, and she kept kicking the appointment. Wait a second, what's going on? I asked her, she told me the story. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Because she started to get anxious when she knew that she was going to the office to have a body composition analysis. And she started to feel anxious. She started to kick. And of course, she wasn't following the program. So this is real. Another one. This is a classic between 12 and 16 years old teenagers that go to the office because mom is the one who wants them to lose weight. They don't want to do that. So they make a statement by not following directions. I'm not going to do what you want. I will do what I want. Because for me, it is painful to do what you want, especially if you are always insisting on the change, but I don't want to make it. So guess what? 2, 3, 4 visits later, nothing has moved. But as soon as the nutritionist goes ask mom out of the office, and they connect, and they find the real reason why she would like to change, the weight starts moving. But there's an association. And also the one I told you about, I'm on a diet. Diets are painful. They're restrictive. You get social isolation. You gain your weight back. Who wants to do a diet if it is that painful? So if just by changing the words, instead of doing diets, I'm changing my lifestyle or changing the way I'm eating, we go down under our own defenses, and success starts to show up. And yeah, that's what I was saying. You gain your weight back. So change your paradigms. Dare to dream big. Use that I told you about. Authority, yourself, decide what you want. Intensity, repetition. Okay, I'm out of time. Success leaves clues. I'm going to go through them real quickly. A clear and definite vision of your goal. 2, have a strategy and action. This is real. This is what we teach our patients, and they end up being effective, the change. Have a strategy and action plan with specific deadlines. Close your mind to negative and destructive opinions. Remember, every time you want to change, you will be criticized and you will be laughed at. So close your mind. Don't allow those people. Say what we teach our son Emiliano. Stop. I don't like this. We need to be definite. 4, a support group. Very important. If you don't have that, you're going to fail. Faith in the process. Faith is the ability to see the invisible and believe in the incredible to obtain what masses consider impossible. But you believe it, you experience it. 6, never try. Instead, burn your ships. Look that story up on the internet. I don't have time to go through it. It's great. Stretch yourself. Quick exercise. Could you raise your hand as high as you can, please? As high as you can. Everybody, please. Okay, now go higher. Did you see that? If you stretch yourself, you will achieve better things. 8, be excellent. Exceed your own expectations and those of others about what you are capable of. Take full responsibility for your results. It's not the nutritionist's responsibility. It's not your coach's responsibility. It's my own. Results are in direct proportion to the energy that I apply to the change. Anticipate triggers of bad behavior and avoid them completely. If you know you're going to fall for cookies, don't buy them. Throw them away. Don't give them to somebody else. You're not that evil. Okay. Practice patience and persistence. And I'm going to close with this one. I promise, Chris. This is a good one. If you got a sprout of Chinese bamboo and you plant it, nothing is going to happen in the first year. Not in the second year. Third year, nothing is going on. Fourth year, nothing is going on. Fifth, sixth, it's still the same. Seventh, still the same. But after the seventh year, in only 6 weeks, this bamboo sprout will grow 100 feet in only 6 weeks. So the question is, do I get the result immediately? Especially when we are facing the millennial thing, as Simon Sinek says? No. It took 7 years. The foundations were getting stronger to experience a huge change. So remember that. Patience and persistence. And these are two great sources that you can look for. Molecules of emotion and when the body says no. Fully recommended. You would lose if you don't read those two books. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vega. It's funny, going back to early on when he was talking about with reverse, has anybody ever heard of Einstein's law of quantum insanity? His theory, has anybody ever heard of that? Right, that is, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. I think about when he's talking about reverse, it's like, okay, so if we're all doing this and none of it is working, why don't we do the reverse and see what happens? And I'm like, that makes so much sense. Like,
Brilliant.
why aren't we thinking about that before, right? Like, none of this works, so let's go the opposite and see if that works.
It's so exciting. I mean, brilliance. That's why Dr. Vega is here.
Right.
So before we get to our
We
next
have an
speaker,
announcement.
we do have a very important announcement.
So we said earlier that Binion Beef was giving away a beef box, and the winner, hopefully he's here because otherwise we got to pick somebody else, is John Brady.
All
John,
right.
yay!
You're
So you
going
want
home
a
with
box
a box
of beef. I'd rather have a box of beef than $1,000. Although right now I think that's probably worth more than $1,000.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I really don't know how much it's worth, but beef's expensive, right? So you can go ahead over to them, and they will take care of you.
Absolutely. So our next speaker is extra special. Dr. Eric Westman is an associate professor of medicine at Duke University. He is board certified in obesity medicine and internal medicine and founded the Duke Keto Medicine Clinic in 2006 after conducting clinical research regarding low carbohydrate and ketogenic diets. He is past president and master fellow of the Obesity Medicine Association and the fellow of the Obesity Society. He is an editor of the textbook Obesity, Evaluation and Treatment Essentials, and author of the New York Times bestseller, The New Atkins for a New You, Cholesterol Clarity and Keto Clarity, and End Your Carb Confusion. He is co-founder of Adapt Your Life, an education and product company based on low carbohydrate concepts. It is our great pleasure to introduce Dr. Eric Westman.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And before I get into the talk, I would like to also say a word about Sarah Hallberg. Sarah was a shining star through her family and in the keto world, and we got to meet her some years ago. And I've been doing this since about 1998. I carried a baton from Dr. Atkins and Dr. Eads and put the work that they were doing into clinical science. And then, years passed, nothing really happened. And there was this shining star who came through my clinic at Duke with a nurse practitioner. And, she said, I'm Sarah. I'm Sarah Hallberg. And, I'm going to change the world. I don't know if she said that explicitly, but that was the energy that you could feel. Something changed in the ensuing 5 years, right? The keto explosion, right? The TED Talk that she did, I think, was one of the seminal things that happened one of the important things that happened that got keto onto the mainstream platform that it is. Then she started working with Virta Health, which is the company that is also the shining star on the hill of success using nutritional ketosis. But I just wanted to also talk about Sarah's effect. Her effect is going to live on. If you didn't know, a lot of the work that carries on is actually, in our area, it's grassroots. And it's GoFundMes. That's Dave Feldman's work that he's doing. That's the GoFundMe, the Sean Baker's carnivore work that he's doing. There's actually a GoFundMe for Dr. Sarah Hallberg's legacy. If you didn't know about it, please check it out. You just go to GoFundMe, type in Sarah Hallberg, and so Nina Teicholz, who became leader of the Nutrition Coalition, got to work with Sarah Hallberg very closely, and she put up this GoFundMe as a way to carry on Dr. Sarah's legacy. Thank you. In a medical meeting, I always give disclosures. You have to do that for CME. I'm an associate professor of medicine at Duke. I'm director of the Keto Medicine Clinic and publish over 50 peer-reviewed papers. As Steve Phinney says, Steve Phinney, like E.F. Hutton, says, you listen. He's one of my teachers. Steve comes up on the podium and says, everything I talk about has been published in a peer-reviewed journal. And I try to stay to that same level of evidence. So you're not going to hear me saying the same things that everyone else says, and that's okay, but I'm still at the discretion of the whims of my colleagues who may have the perception I'm doing something that might border on, anti-science or quackery, when actually what I'm talking about is in the published literature and scientifically based. I'm past chairman of the board of the largest group of medical weight loss doctors. If you didn't know about us, we're the ones who use prescription strength, diets, I think that was me. There we go. Prescription strength diets, prescription strength drugs, and then products you can purchase. We're not the surgeons, it's the Obesity Medicine Association. I also have a company that's trying to get this information out beyond the Duke Clinic where I work. And I am author of several books, the most important one being End Your Carb Confusion, which is important because it's available here out in the vendor area, signed copies, and Amy Berger was instrumental in bringing to the page what information that I've learned over the last 20 years in my nutrition science and also other nutrition science. So it's not just my opinion that's in End Your Carb Confusion. So let me take you back to 1998 when two of my patients did a low-carb diet. It was called Atkins at the time. And, when I reflect upon that, that's, 24 years ago. I knew it was harmful. Everyone else knew this low-carb diet was harmful, although two of my patients had great success in a situation where I did not see success in my patients at a VA hospital getting taught by dietitians to lose weight. They didn't lose weight. So it was an anomaly to see these two people on their own lose weight. And my goodness, I thought, you don't even need doctors to do this. I was so naive, and I thought, all we have to do is a few studies and we can fix the obesity, diabetes epidemic. Oh my goodness, these people did it on their own. Okay, you're supposed to kind of laugh or chuckle or see the irony of it. I mean, you may have started this on your own, and actually you may not need a doctor. But this is, for me, 24 years ago. I knew it was harmful, and many doctors today will know it's harmful because they don't know the science that's been done since then. And I want to just take you through that to make you comfortable, and you can give that comfortable feeling to your doctor, who may be the one freaking out that you're doing something bad. You feel great, but so you may have already experienced that. So what any good scientist does in 1998 is we looked for the literature to see what was published. So there was really nothing about the Atkins diet or low-carb diets, good or bad. But everyone knew it was bad. Do you remember those days? Oh, it might even be today in your neck of the woods, right? But so we looked back and found the paper that put the nail in the coffin of the low-carb diet, and that was the one in 1980 by someone who then became one of the big wigs in the American Heart Association and all that. And look at this. It was 24 obese but otherwise normal men. The whole field was stopped because of a study with only 24 people in it. You have to realize this is the solid science that says low-carb diets are bad. And it's not solid. It's very weak. So, in fact, you read the paper, and everyone lost weight. But a few people had an increase in LDL cholesterol. Oh, no. And it was just fascinating to see this. So Jeff Volek and Jeff was at UConn, now he's at Ohio State, and he's a big principal in the Verta Health study, which is fantastic. So proud of that guy. So Steve's one of the really, okay, you don't understand. Steve's older than me. He's my teacher, and Jeff's younger than me, and he's not even an MD. And okay, wow, this is the end of the day. It takes all different, well, and we were all co-authors on the same book called The New Atkins for a New You. So I've gotten to know Jeff. Jeff published his paper and is really doing the premier work in humans using low-carb keto diets at Ohio State now. And I'm still at Duke. We published papers in 2002, which broke the taboo on publishing papers on low-carb, high-fat diets. But you have to understand, that's 20 years ago. I really thought something would have changed by then. And then the internet comes around, Dr. Sarah comes around, and things change, but it's awful slow. And maybe I can help you understand that. But when not only our group started doing randomized trials, other groups around the world did randomized trials, the same results were found, that low-carb diets were as good or better than low-fat diets, which was the prevailing wisdom of the day. Everyone should do a low-fat diet, right? Remember that? Everyone should do a low-fat diet. And let's not make the same mistake that everyone should do a low-carb diet. Well, that would be taking the pendulum too far, perhaps. But it was pretty clear all around the world that low-carb diets certainly worked and had a similar, if not better, safety profile than low-carb diets. This is a study of studies, which is called a meta-analysis. And now there are 4 or 5 meta-analyses kind of going over the same studies. And I just sort of wonder, it may be the phenomenon that Americans don't trust research from non-Americans, and so the South Americans had to do their own meta-analysis, and the Europeans had to do their own meta-analysis to kind of be able to trust the analyses. I don't understand entirely. But this is almost 10 years old now, showing on balance that the low-carb diets really do work better than low-fat diets for obesity treatment. And it turns out the diet is as good as a diet and a drug. Orlistat or Xenical was the drug that the VA hospitals were able to get for veterans. And this is a study my colleague did comparing a low-fat diet with Orlistat combined to just the low-carb diet itself. And the diet did as good as the diet and a drug. That's pretty great, right? I'm thinking medical systems, the VA certainly want to come on to this, and that was published, 12 years ago now. In the UK, the public collaboration of the UK popped up, and they started doing annual meetings there. Sam Feltham put together this infographic and said, well, let's imagine that these are football or soccer scores, and every time low carb wins, it gets a point, and every time low fat wins, they get a point, and let's see who's ahead, And so in the blue bars in the middle here, for statistically significant studies for weight loss, the low carb diet has 31 points, and the low-fat diet has no points. It's like 31 to nothing. It's not even close. But, I would go back and say, low-fat diets can work because, you're going to know a lot of people who do have success with that. They generally don't have insulin resistance. That's why they can get away with low-fat diets. But there's so many studies now that the level of evidence that's required for a drug for FDA approval has been surpassed with the studies now on low-carb diets for obesity. And thus, if it were a drug, it would be FDA approved. Now, some of you might say, well, even FDA approval is not enough for me because drugs go out there and you don't want to be the first one to take the FDA-approved drug, perhaps. You want other people. But anyway, let's just say there are a lot of data on low-carb diets and to show that they're safe and effective, much like drugs. Now, you might not have read my papers, but you might have seen my peer-reviewed paper at the grocery store. The peer review process is much less stringent at Women's World. And someone came up to me at a recent meeting and said, I didn't know about those papers, but I saw you on Women's World. And I really believe in these two Women's Worlds. Can't vouch for any of the other ones, okay? Because the following week, there was some other person hawking some unproven method for weight loss. But anyway, I'm glad that can be influential. You might wait for doctors might wait for guidelines they don't want to be the first ones to do it, so I need to know a guideline. Well, the Obesity Medicine Association has had a guideline advocating low-carb diets for almost a decade now, and the Obesity Medicine Association is the largest group of medical weight loss doctors. Switching to diabetes, there's not quite as much published data, which is really kind of phenomenal because 100 years ago, this is the treatment that doctors were using for diabetes. So before there were any medications to treat diabetes, all doctors had was drugs. Well, and if you can read in the fine print there, alcohol was used as well to lower the blood glucose. And if you've used CGMs, you might have noticed that and wondered why. Alcohol does lower the blood sugar in some people. And so here the strict diet is basically the same diet that I have on my wall in my clinic room at Duke. It's meat, poultry, fish and shellfish, and eggs, a little bit of non-starchy vegetables and leafy greens. And that's the 10-gram total carbs per day is what was used for diabetes 100 years ago. And that's what I use today. Without as much published data as for obesity, but our irony here is nobody did a study to show that medications and higher carb diets were better than this method. Nobody did the study to say that old method is not as good as using medicine and higher carb diets for diabetes. So, but the sad reality is they don't have to do the study because they're in the power position and have guidelines saying you need to eat carbs because you might have a low blood sugar because of the medicine I put you on. That's the logic that some people have, which doesn't make sense to me. But if you were waiting for an organization, we do have one that advocates low carb diets for diabetes. It's called the American Diabetes Association. Pretty prominent name recognition. Hey, doc, you're against me using this diet. Did you know the American Diabetes Association endorses it? Oh, well, then, okay. Although they might be beholden to their own clinical guideline in their own HMO or clinical practice, so you may know a little more than they do about which organizations support it. The Society of Metabolic Health Practitioners, a newly created organization, also has a guideline that creates the therapeutic low-carb diet as the clinical practice sort of to give the organizational approval of using this as a therapeutic approach. So there's several guidelines that now endorse low-carb diets, lots of research papers, and I think that we've come a long way. And a lot of thanks to Dr. Sarah Hallberg for that. There's the guideline for therapeutic carbohydrate restriction. So getting to a little physiology, in these keto events, there's a little bit of, science, a little bit of practical, and then fun, and they're really kind of an interesting array of talks, but there's always some science, which I think this is unique in regard to other kinds of people that get together. Now I've never really been to a Amway kind of talk, but I don't know that they have a lot of science there, but anyway, this is not a cult. It's not selling Amway. It's science-based, and it all boils down to that pesky blood sugar, blood glucose going up after a meal or a drink, and then the blood glucose goes up, so the body doesn't like that. Insulin goes up to keep the glucose down, and in fact, it's the multiplication of the glucose times the insulin that is reflective of the risk. So that if your blood glucose is still a little high, but your insulin is way, way low, we think your risk has gone way down. And I get people talking to me now, freaking out because their blood glucose is 102, which is 2 points over the upper normal range, and their insulin, of course, probably went from 50 now to 5, and so don't expect like total normalization at any time. And I went through this when we started handing out blood pressure monitors to people, and that caused consternation, these ambulatory blood pressure monitors, because your blood pressure goes up and down at home. And people would come in, my blood pressure went over 120, and that's normal. No, it goes up when you exercise. That's okay. So that we're seeing that same sort of misinterpretation of biologic variability as something abnormal. So be careful and certainly connect with other people if you're measuring these things. But specifically for the behavioral change that happens after eating carbs, the blood glucose goes up and you get this insulin secretion, you get increased fat storage, the blood sugar goes down, you get low energy and mood swings. Even you might be diagnosed with anxiety and all these other things that you've heard about, and then you crave carbs, and you get rid of the cravings by having the carbs, don't you? Which is not really a good idea because it'll perpetuate the carb cravings. It reminds me of the gentleman who came in as I was helping him quit smoking. That was my former career as a researcher, a smoking cessation researcher. And he said, Doc, I have the new treatment. I know how to get rid of cigarette cravings. I said, oh my gosh. I worked with the nicotine patch inventor. I thought a new thing to use. And he said, if I smoke a cigarette, my cravings go away. It was true, but it didn't help him get off the cigarettes. So if you use the same substance you're craving, you're just going to crave it again and get away from it. And then I'll even, if I really kind of want to be difficult with somebody, I'll say, ask me if I crave fruit. And there's no, ask me if I crave fruit. No, I don't eat fruit. You crave what you eat. Yeah, and cravings go away remarkably fast. If you haven't started yet, expect that to happen in a day or two. Hunger and cravings go away. You start losing weight. I typically see 1 pound or 2 per week. It's pretty much sustained. So if that's not happening for you, listen carefully when I go over what we do. So nutritional ketosis really is fatty acids being used for fuel. And I know everyone talks about ketones. Ketones really are kind of a minor player. You're running on fat. When you're not eating carbs, your body's mainly running on fat, not ketones. We think of ketones because you can measure it, you can drink it, you can eat it, and all that kind of great stuff. But actually, just the ketogenic eating or low-carb eating triggers the ketosis, and it comes from your own body fat. So you don't have to drink or eat ketones in order to get ketones. You don't have to drink or eat oils or butters or God knows what to get ketones. Now, it can do that, and what's fascinating is there may be some therapeutic uses of these things, but I don't use them in my practice where I'm trying to reverse diabetes and obesity. So you don't need to have any of those things, and I don't recommend using medium-chain triglyceride or any of these kinds of things. They might be okay, but they might not be okay. So anyway, the first bullet here, reduction in dietary carbohydrate signals the liver to use fat and to convert that fat into ketones. Fat is either from the food you eat or the body's fat tissue. So in nutritional ketosis, there is no ketoacidosis. Very small amounts of insulin that your body makes will dampen the ketones. You don't get ketoacidosis. And the ketones that are not used initially are excreted in the kidneys, so there's kind of a pop-off valve for you to get rid of excess ketones at the beginning. So really it is safe and desirable. The brain prefers ketones over glucose. Even the heart muscle, recent paper, a year ago, cardiac muscle prefers ketones and fatty acids and kind of thumbs up its nose to glucose. Heart muscle loves fat because that's where all the energy is. It's a very concentrated delivery of energy. And then babies are born in the state of ketosis. How can that be bad, right? Did you know babies were born in ketosis? Yeah, fascinating. Even some children are fine until you feed them carbs, and they develop epilepsy. And then it isn't usually till they're 8 or 10 years old that someone stumbles upon the ketogenic diet for epilepsy. And some children overnight are cured of their epilepsy that was caused by giving them carbs in the first place. So I was taught a few years ago by a researcher to flip everything upside down. Everything you think is true, flip it upside down and look at it from that perspective. So maybe we shouldn't be eating any carbs. So someone comes in, oh, that's so low. I say, I don't know. 20 grams, that's pretty high to me. It depends on your perspective. Not all low-carb diets are keto, and in the kind of simplified version that I like to teach, because most people like a simplified version, you look at total grams of carbs per day here on the y-axis on the left side. You get under 50 grams a day, many of you will be in ketosis. If you get under 20 grams a day, pretty much all of you will be in ketosis, even if you're on medications. So even if you're totally sedentary, you don't have to exercise to get ketosis. And even then, I don't tell people to measure ketones. It's just the knowledge. Your hunger goes away, you lose weight, you're in ketosis. And so, the names of these things have changed over time, but this is the one fad diet that hasn't gone away. So it's not a fad. If someone says, oh, that's a fad diet, tell them, no, a fad is something that comes and goes. This has never gone away, right? It's just a recapitulation of the same cut the carbs out phenomenon that's been actually going back to Banting in London, England in the 1860s, if you really want that history view. And so this was our paper published in 2007. And I thought, well, we'll put that out there, everyone will follow it, we'll be done. Gosh, by 2022, there won't be any diabetes or obesity anymore. So going keto can be very simple, and it can be tasty, satiating, affordable, and good for you. This is our approach, and I borrowed it with permission and studied it up the wazoo at Duke from Dr. Atkins. So actually, I'm carrying the baton from the Atkins induction. Dr. Atkins and Jackie Eberstein worked out this program in New York City. And if you went to see them in their practice, this is what they would give you. It was a 20-gram total per day, and then they kept you on it until you were at your goal. And that was different. The books say, do 20 grams and then add back after 2 weeks and all that. No, that's not what they did in their practice. And I've learned really quickly, if you do something in your practice and it doesn't work, nobody comes back to you. Right, docs in the audience? If you got to have something that works. So Dr. Atkins and Dr. Eads and other doctors of that era kept people at 20 grams or less until you were at your goal. Meat, poultry, fish, and shellfish and eggs to satiety, till you're comfortably full. Salad greens, there's a limit to the greens and vegetables. That's a common mistake. If you've done a low-fat diet, you can have all the vegetables you want, and then you do a low-carb diet. You have to limit vegetables, And if the vegetable is on the lettuce and you call it a salad, it counts as a vegetable still. Some people have vegetables on their salad, but then have a side vegetable in the evening, and they're getting more vegetables than they think. So I don't ask people to write down what they eat. Well, and someone once told me, Doc, you know what they're eating. They're eating from that list. So you don't need to journal your foods because these are your foods. So what I say is state of the food on this list. If it's not on this list, you can't have it. And the cravings go away, the hunger happens like that, reduction happens pretty much automatically. Some people teach. Dr. Unwin in the UK has become a shining star of teaching low-carb sanity there. And he and his wife, Jen, have done a great job in teaching in the UK. He's come up with an infographic about sugar. Teaspoons of sugar, one large banana there has, 4.25 teaspoons of sugar, et cetera. When I teach something, what I teach is so low I don't even use this infographic because you're not getting much at all if you're getting 15 grams of carbs, total carbs per day. But it's pretty interesting to look, even when people come in thinking fruit is healthy and good for you, and a cup of grapes, have 3.75 teaspoons of sugar. That's a lot, right? In terms of diabetes, now think that your body at any given moment has just 1 teaspoon of sugar. So if you have normal blood sugar, you only have about 1 teaspoon of sugar at a given moment. So if you drink a Coca-Cola that has, 10.5 teaspoons of sugar, you're pouring in your body 10 times the amount of sugar that's in that bloodstream. That's where we get that graph of the blood glucose going up, the insulin. It's like a battlefield in there. Blood glucose going up, the insulin going up, coming down, because you only have 1 teaspoon of sugar in your bloodstream. And that's if you're an adult. Children have even less. So, probably the best public health measure would be to get rid of sugar in the drinks. If you think of it that way. Of course, grains, pasta, sugar, all these things are digested to sugar in your body, raising that blood glucose and insulin. Fruits, nature's candy. I had a picture in my clinic that said, fruit makes you fat. And then I took it down because it, was offensive. But it's true, anyway. And nuts really are like the trigger food for 50% of folks. So in February, I was in front of about 500 people over 3 Saturdays, and I asked, how many of you have a problem with nuts? And, trouble controlling them, and then half the people put up their hands. So at first I say, no nuts. And yes, I've been used to my nuts, my fruit. It's okay. It's all right. Remember, the cravings go away fast. Ask me if I crave nuts. I do crave nuts because I eat them now, but I'm at my maintenance goal. At first, don't go there. So what about food quality? Well, this, the keto phenomenon that morphed from kind of low carb and has gotten mixed in with the paleo, the climate change, the let's save the planet, and let's eat locally, which I think is fine. And I think is a great idea if you can do it and afford it. But it takes it out of the reach, this knowledge. If you teach this as a necessary part of what you do, then 2/3 of my patients in Durham, North Carolina would not be able to do this. So someone asked me, well, how can that doctor, prescribe and allow people to have sugar-free Jell-O? And because I teach and work with people who can't afford anything else. And then I just want to do something rabble-rousing. Recently, last summer said, what if we delivered food to people on Saturday? So I got my Dr. Yancey and some other people, and Amy Berger is a culprit here too. And so this one patient, she said, no, doc, that was too much work. I couldn't do it. All the food on the wall, you have to change it. And this is Shelley. But when you called and said you'd give me food on the weekends, I thought, maybe I'd give it a try. Well, Shelley was the home run hit out of the at-bats of 10 people that we tried with a Saturday weekend lightly expired frozen food keto delivery program. She came off 600 units of insulin in 3 weeks, my new world record. And every few years, Dr. Unwin sends out a tweet saying, who's got the most insulin units reduced in what period of time? And I think that's going to win this time, Doc. So what was interesting about this program is we worked with medical students who had the idea that you had to have high food quality. In fact, they know more about the idea that you need, high food quality than they know what glucose does in the human body. Sadly, that's the medical training we give. But they actually found really good foods from our local co-op and local markets that didn't know how to get rid of their food, and so all of it's donated. And we're just starting up that program again. In a nutshell, in 20 people, this food delivery program worked pretty well, and people we had already taught through the clinic to be super strict. If we just brought food and said, here's food, and gave them a list to stick to this, and see, it doesn't occur to everyone that, that little grape a little grape here and there, or that Coca-Cola every now and then, that won't hurt anything, will it? So you want to be, if you're going to do something like that, make sure you teach people they have to be really strict. Plus the fact that people who come through our clinic are a little more motivated. They're selected for being in a situation of wanting to make a change. But you don't have to worry about food quality. I had a young man who ate off the dollar menu at McDonald's, and they haven't had one for a while, so that dates that anecdote. But he lost 100 pounds just eating at McDonald's. And he would have burgers, no bun. And I'd say, don't worry about the ketchup on that. It's such a small amount. And of course, no fries, no sugar in the drinks. And so I just want to give you the basic understanding that, every now and then, if you don't choose to eat at McDonald's or Burger King or Wendy's every day, every now and then if you do that, you just don't eat the carbs there, and it's not going to destroy the whole program. Oh, what am I going to do? I don't have grass-fed beef, or in Ken Berry's brilliant panda massaged meat. I didn't have any, there wasn't any panda massaged meat, so I just ate the whole bun. It was like, no, okay. That's a misunderstanding of what's important. So even today, you may have to unlearn things, even your doctor here. This came from the Atkins era. You went on keto and lost 90 pounds, lowered your cholesterol, cured your high blood pressure, and now you're walking 5 miles a day. But I'm warning you, high LDL is going to kill you, right? We don't know that that's true, and I don't know that high LDL is necessarily good for you either, but at least Dave Feldman, the Cholesterol Code, the Citizen Science Foundation, maybe you all who are supporting that study is at least collecting new data on it, and that's what's really important to do, is to collect information, not just tell people, oh, don't do that. I've lived through that don't do that. In fact, it's been really helpful in use. So kind of like in Men in Black, I have a neuralizer if you come to my clinic to help erase your memory of that old food pyramid, the old way of eating. It even makes a little noise, and, like this. You may need repeated dosing if you come back saying the wrong things. Nutritional ketosis is probably the best study if you're going to be looking at the research on diabetes, is the one conducted by Verta Health. This Sarah Hallberg involved, of course, Jeff Volek, Steve Finney as well. This is the study the paper that looked at the biomarkers within the people in that study. So these are people with diabetes, put on nutritional ketosis diet. They got a ketone meter at home and a Bluetooth scale to send back, and had a doctor in an app to talk to help de-prescribe the diabetes medicines. Everything changed in the way that you would want. The good things got better, the bad things got lesser, except one thing, and that was the total LDL cholesterol. So out of these other things, it kind of now is a situation of, is that LDL thing really, really so important that it overwhelms all these other positive things that happen? And that's kind of the situation I'm in now. The insulin resistance, the metabolic syndrome, the insulin, you've heard it, went all the way back to Jerry Reven at Stanford. It was called Syndrome X, and he never got credit for coming up with this, but that's what we're treating, is we're treating insulin resistance and metabolic syndrome. And the studies are yet to be done, but they need to be done comparing the relative importance of these things in a prospective way. There is an observational study predicting the first heart attack in women that actually shows the LDL to be almost insignificant. This was a paper just last year, first author Dugani, D-U-J-A-N-I, if you really want to drill down to relative importance of things. Diabetes was for heart disease, diabetes was the most powerful negative thing to have. So you want to fix diabetes if you want to fix atherosclerosis or heart attacks. Then comes smoking, hypertension. Have you heard of these being important before? Yeah. BMI actually comes up on the list. Overweight and BMI, elevated BMI, which is your weight adjusted for your height. And then the metabolic syndrome. So high triglyceride is bad, low HDL is bad. And then way at the bottom of this graph is LDL cholesterol, or total cholesterol. So things are changing. The paradigm's changing. Remember, that's the lens through which you see the world, and you still may wake up some days with that subconscious thing going, oh, I'm going to die of eating saturated fat. Oh, my LDL is too high. And that's just your subconscious, right? Like we've learned in the old paradigm. And then, of course, then you go to the doctor's office and they say, and you're dying of saturated fat intake, and your LDL is too high. Maybe the doctors are the subconscious. Wait a minute. No, it's the paradigm. Wait, you did hear that fabulous lecture last one. So there's a new normal, keto normal, and that might include a higher total in LDL cholesterols than before. It's okay. We want to know what's healthiest, not what was predicted to be healthy. And we focus not only the blood tests, but also the abdominal circumference, the blood pressure, the blood glucose. That goes way beyond just looking at an LDL cholesterol and treating it with medication. Now, keto, if you've kept up, the Metabolic Health Summit is now going to be in its 5th year of bringing together researchers from the ketogenic diet for epilepsy, researchers from the keto diet for obesity and obesity, researchers from the paleo primal movement. They're all getting together in Santa Barbara in May at the Metabolic Health Summit. And what's really exciting is on the far left, yeah, we can fix epilepsy, heartburn, PCOS, NAFLD, fatty liver, IBS. I mean, that's kind of like, in my sleep, I can do that. Glycogen storage disease, this rare thing, is a story of people fixing themselves, coming up in a meeting like this. 4 people with this rare condition said, we're all better. We helped them publish a paper, and now they're changing the world experts to start studying low-carb diets based on individuals' own results. So you may bumble onto something that changes the world as well. Don't deny your results that you're having, even if no one else has talked about it yet. We want to know about that. TBI studies going on, traumatic brain injury, Alzheimer's. You're going to hear about that tomorrow morning. I put Alzheimer's and cancer kind of in the evolving evidence because I don't have great human studies yet to say, yes, this will work like diabetes and obesity, like a prescription drug. I don't have that level of science yet. Okay, but if someone comes to me wanting to learn to do a keto diet for cancer, I'll teach them, but I'll also have the warning that, I don't know if this is going to help. But we're going to hear some exciting research tomorrow about some new data looking at keto and cancer, so stay tuned for that. So it's not just blood glucose and insulin. We also think these things create inflammation in the body, so any process that involves inflammation should be reduced, including things like long COVID or COVID itself, any kind of infection like that. A lot of anecdotes about that, anecdotes about improvement with long COVID. I don't have studies to show and say yet, but very interesting. I would teach you how to do it for that and just say, I don't know if it's going to help. But, there are a lot of other things that get better when you cut carbs out. Now, I'd like to end on just the internet keto today. Again, this explosion, which, kind of happened overnight when I think in terms of my career. People started coming in saying, it's so expensive to do keto. I said, well, what do you mean? You can eat at McDonald's. All these apps, I don't want to use an app. I said, I've never used an app. So the method I teach really is literally handing out that sheet of paper and having you watch a video of me going over the handout, because I can't do classes at the moment. And so we've taught a lot of people using this method and then surveyed them and said, what is different than what we taught, than what you learned from the internet? So here are the top 10 things that, again, this confluence of keto for epilepsy, paleo primal for the food quality, and then at the bottom here is what I'm talking about, which is simple, garden variety carb restriction. We use total carbs, not net. So the top 10 things that were different in our program, you don't have to measure ketones. If you want to, you can, but you don't have to. You don't have to use macro calculation. You don't have to be in ketosis 24 hours a day like people with epilepsy do. So it's very different. And you don't have to worry about the macros at every meal or even writing them down. You don't have to use MCT, medium chain triglyceride, or ketone drinks or pills in order to get into ketosis. Ketosis comes from your own body fat by just reducing the carbs that you eat. I'm still waiting for studies from these folks who promote these products to show that they help within the context of what we already know to be true, without extra side effects, without extra cost. What is the cost benefit for the use of these things? Fasting is not required. I do know some programs that say you got to fast and all that. No, you don't. Of course, fasting works. Well, and the ultimate extreme, have you ever seen the show Naked and Afraid on TV? They basically total fast for 21 days because they're thrown out into the wild and they can't find food. They lose a pound or two per day, and it's not healthy. I'm not asking you to do the Naked and Afraid diet, okay? I'm trying to just demonstrate that total fasting works. And yeah, it's going to work if you do it, but intermittent fasting will work, but you don't have to do it. And I see it as kind of a secondary thing to do. I say that because just last week someone came in and said, I can't do that intermittent fasting thing. It's just, I can't. It's not, I don't feel good. I said, well, good, you don't have to. Because she thought keto meant intermittent fasting. Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't work and that's good and not good, and you heard it talk about it here. It may work just fine. If it's not working or it's not something you want to do, there are other approaches. Nut flours and nut butters are not okay. How many of you had trouble with nuts as you started, or even now? Raise your hand. Look around. You're not alone. Yeah, I think it's about 50%. I did this with wrong slide. But vegetables are not unlimited. Remember, there's a limit there. Use total carbs, not net carbs. Net carbs, and I know I contributed to this confusion in the book called The New Atkins for a New You. Westman, Finney, Volek are the authors. We were hired to write the book. We don't get royalties from it. A bad business decision because the book's done really well. But in there we say to use net carbs. Well, I don't use that in my clinic. So when I look at total versus net, I think net carbs is 1, 2. So net carbs is like over-the-counter medicine. It may work for you, but if you want prescription strength, like it's going to work for you first time, every time, even if you have diabetes, metabolic syndrome, then use total carbs for the calculation, okay? And then I was going to say at these meetings, I asked, how many of you had trouble with artificial sweeteners? And here, just as a show of hands, how many of you were at a stall or couldn't use artificial sweeteners when you started? Please raise your hand. Well, that's higher than maybe a select group, but still that's maybe 10% versus 50% who had trouble with nuts, okay? So again, I'm just trying to get a program that will work for as many people as possible with as little pain as possible. I want to avoid pain, remember. And so clean, expensive food is not required. It's great if you can. It doesn't help you to get into ketosis by having food from your farmer's market or buying a whole half cow or something with a friend. You can still get into ketosis with other types of foods. Finally, the number one kind of things that we help people correct in their understanding that got them success is that cheese, fats, and oils, and mayonnaise, which has a lot of oil in it, are limited. And so I was taught with a method that strictly limited these items because I studied a method that had been used for 30 years in New York City. Remember, I borrowed something that worked for Dr. Atkins and Jackie Eberstein, and my role was just to do studies and put it in the literature. And I wanted to help you have just a little deeper understanding of what things can work and not work. So if keto is not working, it might be why you came here today or why you're watching. Are you having any hidden carbs? You can check ketones to see if you're in ketosis. I use that as a troubleshooting tool. Did you have a keto lapse, meaning did you have some carbs? We call that carb creep at the beginning. You know, oh, I've lost 30, 40 pounds. I feel great. I'm going to have a little carbs here and there. And the 40 pounds are back. I see that frequently over the holiday season, where the holiday becomes a hollow week, and the hollow week becomes a hollow month. It's fascinating. People, I'd like to do some research on what goes through people's minds before they come back to my office and before they don't come back, the cancellation of appointments. It's fascinating because I know people come in and you're not going to be happy with me. And why? What? I didn't lose weight. Well, I'm here to help you. Anyway, any new meds from other doctors? That darn Flonase nasal spray, not to name names. is really effective for this time of year for as we have the green pollen in North Carolina, but also can slow down weight loss. 1 to 2 pounds per week. Are you a little impatient? I typically see 1 to 2 pounds per week. That's 4 to 8 pounds per month. It's fantastic. It's the healthiest way to do it. Don't worry if it's that speed. You're on track. So where would you start if you're just starting? On the left-hand side, if you're on medicine, especially insulin or other blood glucose control medicine, you have high blood pressure being treated, your BMI is over 50, you can use a calculator online for that. Then see a medical provider who knows keto. Don't do this on your own, please. There's too much risk. It would be like me renting you a motorcycle not knowing that you have a motorcycle license. It can be risky, right? Most of you are fine, and I don't know if in your town you have scooters yet that the college students are using up and down the streets, and every now and then they crash out in front of me. So, I don't like that idea. So see someone who understands keto if you have those conditions on the left. Society of Metabolic Health Practitioners, the Obesity Medicine Association, and if you can travel to Durham, I can see you, but I can only see people in North Carolina. On the right side, you can use guided programs with trained coaches. A lot of people have been presenting here. You could look at our company, which is the Adapt Your Life Academy, and try one of those classes. Or you could do it yourself to learn. But I want you to learn from people who are using this in people who have your problems. I've seen a lot of people come in saying, I followed so-and-so, and it's not working. And I said, yeah, but you know what that's so-and-so's background is? I said, no, not really. Well, they didn't use this for weight loss. They didn't use keto for diabetes reversal. So following what they did may not necessarily work for you. So be sure you're following someone who either has clinical experience or personal experience with the problem that you're trying to fix. These programs, I just have to say, we're trying to make it simpler for you, not complicated. It's like save you time so you don't have to do all your research yourself. And there's so many great programs available. That's been a change compared to 10 years ago. That's just really exciting to see. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Westman. We want to give our speakers just a minute to bring up their stools because we're going to have a panel. And while they're coming up here, we actually have a super fun giveaway. Let me explain. We're going to have winners of a giveaway for books from the Ruminati reading list, courtesy of Dr. Peter Ballerstedt, or should I say Don Pedro, courtesy of him. So our first winner, it's a $50 gift card to purchase books off of that reading list, is for Sherry McMurtry. She here? Sherry McMurtry? No. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. And Karen Lanterman, is she still here? Nice. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we will go ahead and hold it over until tomorrow.
I'm going to give one that, is this on? No?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. I got one that we may get in trouble for doing.
Okay.
Because Miriam doesn't know I'm doing this.
Sorry, Miriam.
All day long, we've heard about community.
Yes, we have.
You and I talk about community.
That's right.
Put out a challenge before. Go find a friend. Did anybody find a friend yet?
Ooh.
Okay, keep your hands up if you found a friend. Did anybody find 2 friends? Keep your hands up if you found 2 friends. Did anybody find 3 friends?
3 new friends.
No? Nobody found 3 friends?
I see Mark in the back right there.
You've got a million friends in the keto space. Did anybody find 3 friends? Okay, how many people found 2 friends?
2 friends.
2 friends? We got 3 people? Okay, this is going to cost me a fortune.
That's all right.
All 3 of you, when we're done, head on over to Autumn's booth for Keto Strong, and on me, you get to pick a custom T-shirt from Keto Strong, okay?
Good
So
job making a friend.
That's from Rachel and I for doing what we asked you to do, to go find some friends, because community is the only way you're going to be able to make this a lifestyle.
Yes. All right. Well, we're going to get started with our Q&A panel. So if you have a question, don't be shy. These guys are super excited to get to talk to you and answer your questions. We want to keep them limited to just one question and try to keep it as short as possible because we want to fit in as many as possible before 5:55. So anybody have a question, come on up. Come on down. Or you want me to come to you? I don't mind doing that at all. I'd love to talk to you. I'm getting my steps in today. I'm excited. All right, here we go.
Hi. I had a question about... Oh, can you hear me? Oh, I hate it. I had a question about it. In traditional thought about why you don't want your LDL high, because the traditional thought is it's going to cause heart disease. What do they think? They say, well, it's going to cause plaque. How do they explain that as far as like, you see all these people with high LDL but not getting heart attacks? Are they expecting some magic to happen? I mean, I'm not explaining this well, but
Yeah. So
what mechanism does traditional medicine think that LDL causes heart attacks?
So I'm going to be mesmerizing you here. The LDL causes heart disease. Didn't you see the little girl with the LDL of 700 and she had a heart attack by the age of 5? And so the world experts basically used that information to say LDL was causal. Really, that it was that girl. And Dave Feldman showed the case this morning. So then what we did, so I'm going to be a medical establishment person, is, well, we did studies to lower LDL and people had fewer heart attacks. And then it's true, but they didn't not have any heart attacks, it was just fewer. And so if you take a medicine to lower an LDL, you can actually have fewer heart attacks. But it's not very powerful. So when you do an LDL, well, the LDL is normal in a lot of people who have heart attacks. Let's look at the small LDL. So the story has become, it's not just LDL, it's the large versus the small LDL. And it's those small LDLs, and I used to do NMR lipoprofiles. Have you ever had one of these done? And I'd be looking, and people would come in all eager-eyed, Doc, I want the NMR because I know my small LDL will be gone because I'm doing keto. And the small LDL wasn't all gone. Actually, so I'm now kind of in that camp of, we don't really know that LDL is the cause, but we've been taught that. And you just need to understand that LDL causes.
And the studies, when you look at the studies where it's that 33% reduction, it was a relative risk reduction, not an absolute. So they went, I don't remember the data, but they went from like 98 heart attacks to 94. Not deaths, but heart attacks. But they called it a 33%. There was some, they did magic with their statistics. It wasn't, they went from 100 to 70. They took that and it was a relative risk. It was a percent of a percent, you know, but they did the reverse math. So, oh, and half of the people that die of a heart attack die with a normal, with a high cholesterol, with a normal cholesterol, right? Something like that.
So someone just emailed me today. They said they saw the movie, have you seen these documentaries, Fat? A documentary in Fat Fiction. Yeah, so these are out there. You can watch these documentaries. Also, Serial Killers, Cereal, and Serial Killers 2. These are must-watches if you like to get information from videos. And so I'm quoted, I have a cameo in one of these fat documentaries is saying, they've never done a study showing that the fat in the food goes to the fat on the arteries. Which is true. You would think you'd radio-labeled fat in the food, and you could see the radiation in the artery. That study's never been done. You know, so there's a lot of assumptions that. Anyway, so I don't even worry about blood cholesterol so much anymore. I go to the advanced testing, and if you haven't had the CIMT yet here, what a great opportunity. Yeah, it's $100, but you know. So you got the machine right there, and you can know in 15 minutes if you have narrowing in the artery of your neck. Something that the monopoly of the medical system would keep away from you until recently. So I'm a big advocate of you getting your own information about your own arteries. In our area, there's a company called Lifeline Screening that goes around. And this is even before you do a CT scan of the coronaries. That's fraught with other issues. But yeah, I think there's a lot more than the LDL. Don't get distracted by that.
We have someone else? Okay.
There's been a lot of talk on internet about thyroid issues being caused by keto. So what I want to know is, because I've been on keto about 3 years now.
Stay closer.
Oh, I've been on keto about 3 years now, and I lost about 60 pounds. I still have more to go, but I'm on my way. But I'm starting to have more symptoms of maybe Hashimoto's, and I've never had problems before, and I've had my thyroid tested before, and so when I went to my doctor recently to get on estradiol, she said, let's do a search when you come in for your annual to see if it's your thyroid or if it's just hormones that are off a little bit. Is there any basis or anything that shows that diet can bring on Hashimoto's or any of these things?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
So this is kind of like when Dr. Lentzes came up and said, are these hives from keto? And we all kind of said, no, we've never seen that. So anything can happen even when you're doing any sort of diet. I don't know of any evidence that says that this way of eating causes hypothyroidism or Hashimoto's. And let's be clear, you don't even know if you have it yet.
No.
Yeah, right. So there's a worry about it.
What were the symptoms?
Yeah, I wasn't going to get into the diagnosing. So sorry, doc. No, but I've had someone on a keto diet have a heart attack. Yeah, with pre-existing heart disease. And I could have said, well, he wasn't following it all that well, but I didn't say that. I said, well, so people on keto, they have car accidents. So the more common things that people come to me with is, I had a kidney stone, I had diverticulitis. Well, those happen on any diets. And so it is really needed to know if it's any more frequent on this kind of program, something like Hashimoto's even, is a comparative kind of study, ideally observational, and you randomize people. I don't know if that's going to happen to that degree. But so things can happen, and follow what your doctor says in terms of just checking things and responding. Don't follow a knee-jerk reaction of that's bad for you if they have no evidence for it. And that it sounds like you're still kind of just worried about it when just get the test and see. Any other thoughts about thyroid?
Like you said, internationally, globally, overweight, underweight, it just sometimes happens. Anybody? No? We don't know enough.
Got another one?
So I had the fancy little calcium scan there, as did my wife. I, in fact, have some buildup blockage, whatever the buildup blockage. In addition to keto low carb, what sort of ideas might you suggest without diagnosing that I could use to reverse that, clean it out?
So you're talking about the coronary artery calcium scan? Oh, no,
No,
out
the,
here.
the
okay.
test out here.
The test here, the $100 test here?
The CIMT.
So that's the carotid intimal media thickness.
That one.
CIMT.
Yeah, that one. I can't pronounce all
So you
that.
got to be careful because, Dave, I wanted to make sure the difference between the CT angio and the coronary artery calcium is huge. So if you've gotten a coronary artery calcium score, it's very different than what the study is studying out in LA, looking at the CT angiography. But the CIMT looks at the artery here with ultrasound.
Yes, the one they do right here.
Yeah. And if you have disease, then you're going to want to take measures, which is to improve glucose metabolism, to not smoke, right? To work on these metabolic syndrome parameters, and probably exercise, and maybe have some wine, yeah. Everyone likes that one. But I have to say there are a lot of Well, manage stress, thinking of all the other talks today, all of these are really important, although that may play through blood pressure, the stress management, and may help with blood pressure. But in terms of diet, I think the keto diet lowers the inflammation and lowers the cardiometabolic risk, like many other diet programs. So, beware of the doctor who says, "Oh, you have to do a plant-based approach." There's no evidence for that. And there are no comparative studies of a keto diet with a plant-based for them to say it's better than anything else. They can't. I mean, it's just kind of a fad that's coming through the pop culture right now, including doctors. But, so you could do another scan of the aorta to see if you have it, an ultrasound, and then the CT scan of the heart basically shows you if you have calcium, which doesn't mean you have heart disease, but it is, again, is another sort of risk assessment that you could do. I don't normally recommend all these things unless someone's worried about it in my practice. If someone's coming to me, they feel well, they've lost weight, they're doing a keto diet, I don't ask them to go out to do these things, but many of them want to do it. And other ideas for someone who has known carotid narrowing.
One thing I would say is that's what it is right now. We don't know where it was, and we don't know where it's going. So part of it would be you have the results now, and maybe in a few years have it repeated and see if something's worsening. Because all we do is a snapshot. We don't know where it could have been there your whole life, and it could have been developed in the last...
The lady did say that it did not happen in a year or a couple of years. She said it's been there for a while. So
Exactly. So that's where following it, doing the things you're doing, because you probably haven't been doing this low-carb keto for a long period of time. So it could have built up before that, and now it's maintained, maybe reversed, we don't know. So that's where following the trends for the next little while to see where you're going.
thank you.
Okay, does anybody have one final question? I think we have time for one final question. All right.
Two things, actually. Both are for Cindy. The first, regarding the normal cholesterol levels during heart attack, if you're talking about the study that I think you are, that said admission levels, so at the hospital when they're actively having the heart attack, I would want to be a little careful about that, because we do know that acute trauma, even like burns or sepsis or stuff like that, can lower LDL in the short term, just as a response, organ failure, all sorts of stuff. But the actual question that I had was regarding GERD. You had mentioned it during your talk, and I've also seen some papers using low carb to treat it and actually come off of medication for it. Do you have any ideas of what might be causing it and why low carb helps? Is it inflammation of the gastrointestinal system?
I would be guessing. I'll refer to the two doctors here.
Well, we did a paper, a GI fellow at Carolina did a paper with NG probes, pH probes. So this is, if you have severe GERD or heartburn, this is, often it's acid, excessive acid. You take an antacid, it goes away, right? So we took people refractory GERD and put them on a low-carb diet, and within 3 days, the pH normalized, meaning there was less acidity. And this was documented by a tube down the nose, and there's a little box that says the pH on it. There was only a dozen people or so it's called a proof of concept sort of study. There have been other studies out looking at carb restriction, and it didn't have to be that low. There was one paper where they had about 80 to 100 grams of carbs per day, but no sugar. And so, so you might not have to be that low to get the improvement in heartburn. And then I remember in the discussion, it was at the early microbiome days. There was a brilliant discussion about how actually it could be the change in gut microbiome feeding back to not feed back to the gastroesophageal sphincter. And I was like, it can't be that. But buried in that paper, so it's Westman, Greg Austin is the first author on it, has actually a pretty good discussion that holds up today about the possible microbiome influence. And of course, I think the best way to change your microbiome is to stop eating carbs.
Very cool.
You don't
Thank
have
you.
to, pardon?
Very cool, and thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. But so more research is needed. I thought by now we'd have NIH-funded gastroenterologists all over this. I mean, except they want to know the mechanism so then they can give a pill to fix the mechanism. So in your clinical experience, does GERD get better?
Now, I did say, oh, did you want to answer one more?
Yes, it does.
Now, I know we said that was the last question, but there was one question that came to our attention that I think is so important. We really cannot leave here on day one until we get an answer for that. Could you go ahead and ask that in question?
It's very pressing. I need to know your favorite cut of steak.
That's for each of you.
Ribeye?
Filet.
Ooh, anything from a cow.
Picanha.
Ooh!
I didn't understand what that meant.
A picanha is a cut of meat.
Cut of meat. Oh, the Brazilian cut of meat. So, filet with béarnaise sauce.
Ooh, wow. I think these guys are the experts in their field, right? I think that just determined it. Can we give them a round of applause? What an amazing lineup today. And I am so thankful that Keto Salt Lake does not end here, but we actually have a day 2 for this event. We're actually going to be opening up the venue at 8 a.m. Please come out and check out the vendors, ask them any questions you have, and then at 9 a.m. we'll have our first speaker. It's going to be Amy Berger. You don't want to miss it. Make sure that you get her early and you get a good seat, and don't forget to make a friend because it could start blessing you right from the start.
That's right. So again, don't forget, free parking behind the car wash tomorrow, or if you want to pay, you can park next door. And for the 3 people, go see Autumn. I already paid her. She'll hook you up with your free t-shirt. Have a great night, guys.
Thanks for sharing your day with us.